Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that, let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. All right, and we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, now we got an interesting lineup for tonight, so it's looking like a media analysis night. All right, so first we're going to get into Mike Pence, and then we're going to get into one of the grandstanders on Trump's big, beautiful bill. All right, guys, let's go.
Breaking overnight, Russia launches a large-scale aerial assault on Ukraine.
Oh, and double tap that screen. All right, guys, appreciate the support.
Ukraine's capital. Hundreds of drones from all directions attacking Kyiv. You see in the video just some of those explosions. Ukraine's president said more than 400 drones and at least 18 missiles struck. At least 2 people were killed in these strikes. And this is just the day before, Russia launched hundreds more, the largest drone attack since Russia started that war. This comes as President Trump is.
Yeah, and I mean, and then like 2 days after, they struck 2 military recruitment centers in Ukraine. So yeah, they unleashed this large military strike, which is well, I would say this: they hit a lot of infrastructure, but no civilians have been reported to have been killed because I believe all of them are in shelters now.
Suggesting now that he has reached his limit with Russian President Putin.
We get a lot of bull thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
And joining us right now is the former Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me on, Kate.
I really appreciate it.
Can I also say I just am grateful for CNN's consistent coverage of the tragedy in Texas. Our hearts and our prayers have been with all of our countrymen there, and appreciate the yeoman works you all have done to tell that story.
Thank you. It's a very tough job that we have our team down there to do, and an important one, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
On Ukraine, I know this is something that you have cared so deeply about. Mm-hmm. At one point, President Trump accused Ukraine of starting the war. We don't even need to quote the Time magazine article again. And now he's calling.
Well, yeah, Ukraine did basically start the war by trying to get into NATO. Putin said Putin said the red line was Germany, but NATO kind of went over that. And then he said, well, the final red line is Ukraine. And then I guess NATO wanted to try him one last time. And now Putin reacts. So it is kind of Ukraine's fault because we pretty much did tell Putin that Ukraine would never be in NATO. And then what does NATO try to do? Bring in Ukraine.
Putin BS. You have seen up close President Trump's sympathies towards Putin over the years. Do you believe that he has fundamentally shifted his view on the Russian president, or could Trump be one happy phone call away from blaming Zelensky again?
Well, my hope is that the president's starting to recognize that Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. Vladimir Putin wants Ukraine. And again and again, President Zelensky, who I came to know.
You know what? I'm starting to come around to that idea, because I believe he wants all of Ukraine, and he no longer, when I believe he wants it because he no longer trusts America's interference. He knows that, well, if he don't have Ukraine, NATO or America is going to try to pretty much dominate Ukraine, and pretty much Russia's thinking, well, it might as well be me than them. And that kind of seems to be his his admission right now.
During my time as vice president, has made it clear he's prepared for a ceasefire. He's prepared to negotiate a lasting peace in the region. While we saw again just last night, a barrage of merciless attacks on civilian populations, and I welcome the president's decision to reverse a decision somewhere out of the Pentagon that suspended aid to Ukraine. You look back at our administration, Kate, and we were the first administration to provide lethal aid to Ukraine. Remember, Barack Obama only provided, military meals and blankets. We came in and gave them the kind of Stinger missiles and resources that I think prevented Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine during our 4 years in office. And then it literally
I can see how that would be a deterrent, because we pretty much showed, Vladimir Putin that, we're going to supply Ukraine with as much weapons as possible just in case you try to do something crazy. And Biden kind of put his foot off it. Now, that could be a reason. And like I said, also because NATO was trying to bring Ukraine in, and that would be a military alliance that America is a part of on Russia's border. So honestly, two things could be right at the same time.
The aftermath of the Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, I think Putin was emboldened. He rolled across the border. He's made no secret of his ambitions. And while I had concerns and expressed them in those first 100 days about the president's kind of ongoing hope and desire for a negotiated settlement, I welcome his decisions this week and his rhetoric. And I think what may have changed is that some of the isolationist voices in and around this administration that recently condemned the president's correct and courageous decision to launch a military assault against Iran. I think they may have lost some of their footing with the president. I mean, by leveling criticism in our effort to ensure that Iran could never obtain a usable nuclear weapon, I think some of those isolationist voices may have literally lost some credibility with the president. But whatever the cause, I welcome it, because I do believe the time has come for us to renew our military support for Ukraine, make it clear that we're going to continue to provide that support along with our European allies until a just and lasting peace is achieved. I also am hopeful.
I mean, but can we get everlasting peace through a proxy war if we just keep giving them these weapons and funding until what? They go to the last man? Or like I said, are we just going to keep funding Ukraine until they hopefully win? Because if they don't, I mean, we just took the biggest gamble ever and lost. But if they do, then, I mean, I guess we get to keep that trade deal.
That Senator Thune will bring the new Russia sanction bill to the floor of the Senate next week.
There are issues with two of those things, but with both of those things, there are issues right now. And I saw you almost shake your head in disbelief at what the reporting has been, which is today we learned that U.S. weapons shipments are starting back up to Ukraine.
Right.
But this comes after the reporting is that the Pentagon paused shipments on some weapons, signed off on by the Secretary of Defense, without the knowledge, without informing the President of the United States. The idea that a decision that big was made without getting the approval of or even informing the President of the United States, does that make any sense to you?
Well, look, when you've served at the level I've served at, it's a big government. And a lot of people in your agencies and in departments are making decisions all the time. But that one was troubling to me. And my bet is it's very troubling to the president. My expectation is that he'll get to the bottom of it. He will find out who initiated that decision. But the most important thing is that he reversed it and made it clear in a phone call with President Zelensky last Friday that the support's going to continue to come. Now, I will say, and I say respectfully to the president, if he's looking on, this isn't just about defensive weapons.
Right.
We've got to continue to provide President Zelensky and the Ukrainian military with the offensive capability, as well as the kind of support against aerial assaults.
This isn't
So what are you saying, my man? What, you want us to get involved like how we got involved with Iran, with the bombers? Because that's not going to play out too well with Putin. We got to remember, like, we can't bully them like we bullied Iran. Well, because they got nukes. So, yeah, that's not going to work out.
First,
allow them to achieve a real peace.
Sorry, Mr. Patriot. This isn't the first problem at the Pentagon that has come out under the leadership of Pete Hegseth. Thom Tillis is suggesting he's questioning his support for his confirmation. Do you think Pete Hegseth is up for this job?
Yeah, I saw Senator Tillis's criticism, and I don't think it's fair. Look, I've known Pete Hegseth a long time. He's someone who's worn the uniform. As you know, I've got a couple in our immediate family that are currently serving in the armed forces of this country. And I got to tell you, I'm very encouraged overall with the president's leadership and his team at the Pentagon. I think General Kane had demonstrated his extraordinary capabilities with the success of that mission over Iran. Our airmen did an incredible job after the president made that courageous decision to launch U.S. forces. I think the launching efforts earlier this year that caused the Houthis to stand down on what had been years of attacks against U.S. military vessels in the region. And probably the most hopeful thing, I would say, and I credit first the president, but also the Secretary of Defense and his entire team, is recruitment is up. I mean, we had fallen behind in every branch in the service in meeting recruitment goals at the end of the Biden administration. And now I'm told that we're exceeding goals in every branch of our armed forces. And so all of that is welcome news, positive.
You also mentioned sanctions. Thune's talking about bringing it forward, but has said he's not going to bring forward this big sanctions bill pushed by Graham and Blumenthal, and has 80 co-sponsors. I mean, nothing has 80 co-sponsors in this kind of bipartisanship anymore in Washington.
I mean, they really do want to drop sanctions on Russia. The problem is, though, Russia has been under sanctions already. So what is more sanctions going to do? And honestly, what else? That's the reason they're a part of BRICS, to separate themselves from the dollar and from our economy. That's the whole reason. So what is more sanctions going to do? And honestly.
But he won't do it unless Trump signs off. And Trump is not a yes yet. Is there any good reason in your mind to not be moving forward with this sanctions bill right away?
Well, my hope is the president make it clear that he wants that bill on his desk.
He keeps saying, yes, maybe, no, I don't need it yet. He suggested to advisors he thinks it won't deter.
Yeah, but, Kate, I spoke Trump fluently for 4 years.
So decipher, please.
So when I saw him,
I would ask him this, so what? Are these sanctions just going to stop Russia from carrying on this war? Wouldn't that want them to promote it even further so they can have more of an economic advantage now that they've completely taken Ukraine? Wouldn't that push them more towards taking Ukraine? Come on now, guys, let's make it make sense here. Why are y'all really doing this?
The other day say that he's strongly looking at it. I know what that means. And I saw Senator Graham actually put out on social media that he talked to the president. And the president wanted them to move the bill.
So you think it means?
Well, my hope is that the president will understand the value of the Senate acting, and they can put that on his desk, and it has broad waiver authority in it. But I literally think that the very presence of those new sanctions, especially the secondary sanctions that are included, that are essentially going to go against countries that are subsidizing that war effort.
Why pump the brakes?
Well, I think and hope the president will see the value of Vladimir Putin seeing those sanctions on his desk available for a signature. But the most important thing is that we continue to make it very clear that we're not going to tolerate Vladimir Putin redrawing international lines by force. He didn't do it in our 4 years. He had done it. It's important to remember Russian forces had crossed a border in Europe broadly under the Bush administration, under the Obama administration in Crimea.
Yep.
And of course,
now, if you asked Russia, they pretty much say, no, we were saving our fellow ethnic Russians that was being persecuted by Ukrainians or the Ukrainian government because they wanted to de facto from Ukraine.
Under the Biden administration, but under our administration, we built up our military. We unleashed our armed forces to take down the ISIS caliphate. We even took down the leader of the Iran Revolutionary Guard, Qasem Soleimani. We sent cruise missiles into Syria not once but twice. I think Vladimir Putin saw us supporting Ukraine with lethal aid. I think he saw us willing to use force to defend our interests and our allies.
Oh, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
And he stood down. And the pathway today to peace in the region, in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, in the Asia Pacific, is American strength.
I mean, I feel it, but here's the thing. Here's the other side. Here's the flip side, Pence. So we put so much American strength and we push Russia to a wall and then they do something drastic. I don't know, like hypersonic missiles on Ukraine. They start dropping maybe, I don't know, like a couple nukes. You never know. I mean, you push these guys to the wall. You push Putin's back to the wall. You never know what might happen. So we are taking quite the gamble. Like, I feel it. I understand what he's saying. Like, I get we don't want that man to take Ukraine. Trust me, I don't either. But I believe if we push him too far, we might see something we ain't never seen before. Well, at least in our lifetime, guys.
So they briefed me numerous times, the FBI, the Secret Service, sort of everybody. DOJ, Pamela's doing I think she's doing a fantastic job. But they briefed me, and I'm satisfied with it. They should have had somebody in the building. That was a mistake. They should have had communications with the local police. They weren't tied in. And they should have been tied in. So there were mistakes made. And that shouldn't have happened. And that building was a prime building in terms of what.
So funny though. Now that we got this whole Epstein list like call out, I could honestly see them doing the same thing with Trump's assassination attempt with this Thomas Crook guy. Like, yeah, he was just a regular kid. He got lucky. He just snuck his way on there. He just got lucky, guys. That was it. Like, it was just a bad day out there for the force.
They were trying to do. So, but I was satisfied in terms of the bigger plot, the larger plot. I was satisfied. And, I have great confidence in these people. I know the people, and they're very talented, very capable. They had a bad day, and I think they'll admit that. They had a rough day.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
All right, now let's go get over to the next one. He further explains it.
Well, it was unforgettable. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I got whacked. There's no question about that. And fortunately got down quickly. People were screaming, and I got down quickly, fortunately, because I think they shot 8 bullets. And one got me, and one got another one, and one got another one, and one killed Corey, the firefighter. Great guy. And, we had...
His family should low-key be suing certain people, though. Corey, the firefighter, man, look, if your family's watching this, well, I'm sorry, but if any members of his family is watching this, sue mainstream media and a couple political pundits because, they pretty much are doubting your husband's death or that it was ever had anything to do with him being Trump getting shot. If they can do to Alex Jones, you could do it to them. I'm just saying.
A tremendous, massive crowd. Tens of thousands of people were there. And our sniper, within less than 5 seconds, was able to get him from a long distance with one shot. If he didn't do that, you would have had an even worse situation. It was really bad. But he really did his name is David, and he did a fantastic job. It went about his business. Just about 4 seconds, And that's when it all stopped, and he got him perfectly from a very long distance. So we got a little bit lucky in that regard.
And all right, guys, now let's get over to Mark Rubio, pretty much facing the press. Let's get right to it. All right. And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Should I? I'm sure we'll cover it all in your questions. Go ahead.
What was your message to the Russian foreign minister today? And what is the Trump administration's strategy now to end the Ukraine war?
Well, our strategy is to continue to engage all the parties that are involved in finding an outcome to this conflict. We will engage anytime that we have an opportunity to do so, like we did.
Yes. And Mark Rubio pretty much just got done with a meeting with Russian foreign minister, and he's pretty much being briefed, or the press is pretty much anxious to figure out, like, hey, yo, so what you was talking about? Did anything, are we progressing towards a ceasefire here? Or is just Putin just, carrying out his plan to take all of Ukraine? Like, what's going on?
Did today. I echoed what the president has said, both disappointment and frustration at the lack of progress in peace talks or in a path forward. So we'll continue to engage. We shared some ideas and comments, which I'll take back to Washington as early as this evening in terms of calls and reflected, and perhaps there's something to build on there. So, but it was a frank conversation. It was an important one. We had it, and we talked about some other items as well and related to the war in Ukraine, but that was obviously the first and foremost topic that we discussed. And look, the president's been pretty clear. He's disappointed and frustrated that there's not been more flexibility on the Russian side to bring about an end to this conflict. We hope that can change. And we're going to continue to stay involved where we see opportunities to make a difference.
Without speaking for the foreign minister, which I know you don't want to do.
Which foreign minister?
This one.
Oh,
Mr. Lavrov.
Yes.
Yeah, without speaking for him, did you get the sense that they're moving towards flexibility? Or
yeah, I'm not going to characterize our conversation other than to tell you that I expressed what the president has said publicly, which is that we feel as if we've dedicated a lot of time and energy to this matter, and just not enough progress has been made. We need to see a roadmap moving forward about how this conflict can conclude. And then we shared some ideas about what that might look like. And obviously I'll take that back. It's to the president here as early as this evening. And hopefully there's something that we can build on there, but we'll find out.
A couple of months ago, you said that what was necessary to end this war would be a conversation between President Trump and President Putin. But there have now been multiple phone calls between the two of them, and yet the war in Ukraine goes on. Does this speak to any weakness in terms of the president's ability to negotiate an end to this conflict, or why does it persist despite them having spoken?
Well, this is a war that the president.
Now, my feeling of why this war is still persisting is, one, that Putin don't know who tried to assassinate him. Putin was almost assassinated by drones on a helicopter ride back to Russia from a prisoner exchange. Now, I believe that this was enacted on by NATO. So I don't think Putin has any trust in nobody to, not want to take his life and honestly want to stop the war. So I don't think that Russia's honestly hearing our peace talks right now.
Inherited, right? He got elected and it had already been going on, and no progress had been made to that point towards peace of any kind. In fact, there had not even been any meetings between the Ukrainians and the Russians for quite some time. So while there's been some humanitarian exchanges made, obviously that's our goal here, is to end this war and any role we can play. So this is not a war that started under President Trump. It's a war that wouldn't have happened had he been president, but now it's here. And we'll continue to engage and do everything we can and hopefully make progress. As I said, and I've said repeatedly, look, we are, if we see an opportunity to make a difference in this, we're going to take it and we're going to pursue it. And that's what the president has done. Yes. And he deserves tremendous credit for having multiple phone calls with leaders from both countries and anybody else.
Mr. Secretary, Russia has launched its most massive attacks in the last 3 days. And you of course, saw your counterpart today. Are you willing now to put stronger sanctions on Russia?
Well, the president has said that that's an option that's available to him, both under existing authorities, but primarily if the Senate and the House can pass legislation that gives them the opportunity to do that. So we've been engaging with Congress on what that bill.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat in $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
Would look like. Obviously, the president needs flexibility on how those sanctions would be applied and when, because it gives them, maximum leverage in any conversation and negotiation. So he has talked about that as being a real option. And now, obviously, we've been engaging with the Senate in particular over the last week on what that bill will look like, and the leaders of both chambers have said that they're prepared to begin to move forward on that. We've expressed this to the Russians weeks ago. We told them that at the moment would come where something like this could happen, and we'll continue to express it because that's the reality.
But has the moment come or not yet?
Well, I mean, again, that's the president's decision to make. He's frustrated by the fact that more progress has not been made.
Mr. Secretary, there were reports earlier this week that you and the president were unaware that the Pentagon had made a decision to at least temporarily halt the arms shipments to Ukraine. What's your take on that decision by the Pentagon, and what is your general take?
Well, I think that decision unfortunately was mischaracterized. It was a pause pending review on a handful of specific type munitions. That, frankly, is something that is logical that you would do, especially after an extended engagement that we saw both in defense of Israel and in defense of our own bases. And so it was a very limited review of certain types of munitions to ensure that we had sufficient stockpiles. And it's typical when you do these reviews that there's a short-term pause, because if, in fact, the review comes back that you have a shortage, you can't pull it back once it's been sent. But generally speaking, aid to Ukraine continues along the schedule that Congress appropriated.
Which types were paused? Which types of weapons were paused?
Largely defensive in nature. Some were offensive. But again, the ones that were expended in recent conflicts in the Middle East. And again, not because there is a shortage, but because it's prudent to look at it and say, okay, do we have enough?
So, yeah, it does seem like the strategy is to proxy war our way to victory or stalemate. I mean, or just to get these guys to, or we just proxy war until Russia can no longer sustain it, because it is all on Russia. And Ukraine is on the defense. Ukraine is not on the offense. They're not taking any land. They're defending their land. And I mean, that's the advantage that Ukraine has, is being on the defense. But Russia is a stronger military force. But we'll see, though. I mean, it's not like they can't pull it off.
Of these in our stockpiles for all of our obligations around the world, both in defense of our bases in the Middle East, but also our obligations to our Indo-Pacific partners and any other contingencies that might arise. But in the end, I would say that the overwhelming majority of defense of military aid that the United States provides Ukraine has never been paused and continues along the same schedules that it's been. I think there's a broader issue unrelated to the pause, and that involves the defense productive capabilities of the West, not just us, but of Europe. As an example, one of the things that the Ukrainians need is more Patriot batteries. There are Patriot batteries available in multiple countries in Europe, yet no one wants to part with them. So I hope that'll change. If in fact that Ukraine is the priority that so many countries in Europe say it is, they should be willing to share batteries that right now they don't have a need to use.
I mean, yeah, they are fear mongering on the whole point of, oh, well, Putin takes Ukraine and all of Europe is next. And I'm just like, okay, well, why aren't you sending over those, Patriot batteries, $1 billion a pop? Like, go ahead and send those over. I mean, if it was really that big of a threat, I feel like you guys be putting boots on the ground, but I don't know. That's just me.
So hopefully we'll be able to convince some of our NATO partners to provide those Patriot batteries to Ukraine, because there are a number of countries that have them, but no one wants to part with what they have. So perhaps that'll change. That's important.
Mr. Secretary, you mentioned wanting to see a roadmap for how this conflict can conclude. What concrete ideas have you presented, and how did Russia respond in this meeting?
Well, again, these things are best negotiated. I don't want to in private, and that's how these things generally work. There were some ideas exchanged today, some viewpoints that they expressed to us that I'll take back to the president for his consideration, and hopefully it will lead to something. I don't want to overpromise. I mean, again, as I said, this is a conflict that's been going on now for over 3 years, and as has already been pointed out by one of the questions here, we've seen an acceleration of attacks. I think it's probably the largest drone attack in a city close to the Polish border, actually. So it's pretty deep strike, and again, I mean, it's every time you see this in the headlines and people die, it reminds you why the president wants this war to end. As he has said from the beginning, his number one interest here is to stop people from dying and the destruction that's ongoing every single day. They're going to be having a conference, maybe it starts today, if I'm not mistaken, about reconstruction and the rebuilding of Ukraine. Every time one of these strikes is launched, the price of reconstruction goes up, right? There's also the destruction of the country's capabilities, the country's economic capabilities that has to be added to this. But obviously the loss of life is something of great interest to the president. It's important to note that since January of this year, as an example.
But I would also say, so here's the thing though, there's going to be continuous loss of life if we just keep on giving them, I would say defense. That's not, I get it. But if we keep giving them offensive weapons, then there's going to be a continuous loss of life. And they don't got the same manpower that Russia has. They have more people. They have a bigger army just off population alone. So I just don't see where Ukraine could win this. But I do see where they could maybe like force a stalemate or something like that.
Just to give you on the Russian side, they've lost 100,000 soldiers dead. Not injured, I'm talking about dead. And on the Ukrainian side, the numbers are less, but still very significant. And so that's, the president doesn't like wars. He thinks wars are a waste of money and a waste of lives, and he wants them to end. And he's going to do everything he can within his power to end this war and any other war he has a chance to end, as you've seen in the past. And so we're going to continue to work at it. We understand that these things take time and patience, but obviously we're also frustrated that more progress has not been made. And hopefully we, based on today and in the days to come, we'll have more clarity about what exactly the Russian position and priorities are in this regard, and can begin to make some progress. But it's, it's been difficult, as you've seen.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question. Supporting Russia. Will you meet with your Chinese counterpart here this week to speak to him about that?
I think we're working on that. Maybe we'll meet, and obviously we'll talk about it. I think the Chinese clearly have been supportive of the Russian effort, and I think that generally they've been willing to help them as much as they can without getting caught. But people in Europe and other parts of the world have noticed. But in the end, this piece.
Well, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support. And hey, welcome to the show. But yes, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video.
If it's possible and doable, will happen between Ukraine and Russia, and we are willing to do it. If it's possible and doable, will happen between Ukraine and Russia, and we are willing to do whatever we can to help bring it to an end.
Can I ask an ASEAN question?
A what?
An ASEAN
Yeah,
question.
of course. That's why we're here, right?
Can I ask you one more quick question on Russia? Just these ideas that were put on the table today, would you characterize them as new ideas from the Russian side that the Trump administration had not heard before?
Yes. Well, I think maybe, yes. I think it's a new and a different approach. Again, I wouldn't characterize it as something that guarantees a peace, but it's a concept that, we'll take back to the president today and here as soon as I finish with you.
I just wanted to know, what was your sense today after your meeting, the PMC meeting with the ASEAN foreign ministers, about how big an irritant the tariffs are to U.S. relations, both with ASEAN as a bloc, but individual countries?
Well, I think, look, two things to understand. Number one is these letters that are going out and these trade changes are happening with every country in the world. I mean, it's basically every country in the world. The president's been very clear, and he has been, frankly, if you go back to videos of him speaking in the 80s about his feeling that the state of global trade is unfair to the United States, that for far too long we allowed these imbalances to develop. We are the world's largest consumer. We're a huge market where people export things to us. And with these huge and unsustainable imbalances have developed with countries all over the world. And so this is a globalized effort to reset U.S. trade in a way that's beneficial to the United States.
And the people, they often do, well, just say, oh, well, trade deficits aren't bad. Well, here's the thing, is how we get to the trade deficit. Like I said, I always do say through import bans, import limitations, tariffs on our products. So yeah, there's ways that we get to this trading imbalance. And sometimes it's not our fault, or it's not due to overconsumption of a country's product. Most of the time, it was country just not even accepting our products or certain products, or having extremely high tariffs on our products to where suppliers or importers from there wouldn't even think of buying an American product because of the tariff on it. So yeah, there's a reason we have such high trade deficits.
And not just in dollars and cents, but also in our own domestic industrial capacity. So this has been made clear to countries around the world. We were coming up upon the middle of this month, and the markets demand certainty. And so these letters set a baseline. Now, obviously, that does not foreclose the opportunity for individual countries to enter into negotiations that perhaps can adjust those numbers. But in the end, the president still remains very committed to a rebalancing of trade that's fair to America, and also at the same time protects our own industrial capabilities.
Right, but you're here today meeting with ASEAN countries, and those countries, almost all of them, got letters this week. And so,
but anywhere in the world, well, I guess my point to you is anywhere in the world that would have traveled this week, they got a letter. So everybody got a letter. And in some cases, some of these countries got a letter where their tariff rate is lower than some of their neighbors or maybe a country somewhere else in the world. So it might even serve as an advantage. But of course, it's raised. It's an issue. But I wouldn't say it solely defines our relationship with many of these countries. There are a lot of other issues that we work together on. And I think there was great enthusiasm that we were here and that we're a part of this. A reminder that next week we'll have another high-ranking delegation, including Secretary Lutnick, Deputy Landau from the Department of State, will be traveling to Japan for the World Expo there, and will be involved in talks there as well. My very first meeting, I don't know if you know this, but when I was sworn in, I went to the State Department, I gave a speech on these steps, and then my first meeting right out of the box was with Japan, South Korea, and India. And we've repeated that meeting numerous times since then with that group and attention to others. We have a running internal joke with my counterpart from Japan. I have literally now seen him about 8 to 12 times.
Damn.
And our joke is that we see each other more than we see our own families. And so these engagements are very important to us. And we're going to continue to stay very committed because this, as I said to all of our partners, this notion or idea that the United States would ever be distracted by the Indo-Pacific or even Southeast Asia is impossible. You can't be maybe it doesn't always, wars get more attention, but it's impossible to not be focused. This is where much of the story of the 21st century is going to be written. This is where 2/3 of economic growth is going to happen over the next 25 or 30 years. And many of the countries in Southeast Asia, not only are they some of the youngest countries in the world, but they're about to see an enormous expansion of their labor markets, their labor pool, number of workers. This is a historic, once in a generation opportunity, not just for these countries to revolutionize themselves from an economic standpoint, but further strengthen our relationship. We have over 6,000 American companies that have invested heavily in these economies over the last 20 or 30 years. We're not abandoning those relationships. On the contrary, we want to strengthen and build upon them. And there are a bunch of other issues, and certainly trade is part of it.
Talking about the Asian countries. So Japan, they got a tariff rate of 25%, South Korea, 25%, Laos and Myanmar, 40%. Malaysia, 25%, and Thailand. 36% on Thailand. So, I mean,
But there are a lot of other issues that we work together on, and we continue to highly prioritize that. The story of the 21st century will be written in the Indo-Pacific, and the countries represented here today, along with others that have joined to be a part of this, represent some of not just important markets, some of the most important partners we have in the world.
Last question.
Okay.
This is obviously a very quick trip. Do you intend to come back to Asia or the Southeast Asian area on a longer trip sometime in the future, near future?
Sure, absolutely. This was a great trip because we got to see, 12, 13, 14, 15 countries that are all here. So these forums, there'll be a leaders forum here in October, which we look forward to being a part of it. We've also engaged with many of our colleagues here at different forums. Many of them, for example, not just at the G7 foreign ministers, they also attended on the sidelines of NATO at the foreign minister level and also at the leaders level. So we'll continue to engage with the region, both in Washington and other places around the world, and in our return travel here. So we'll be back in addition. And it's not just me. The Secretary of Defense has been out here. The Deputy Secretary of State will be here next week. So we'll look for other opportunities. Obviously, the Leaders Forum will be here in October as well. So we'll be here. We'll be engaged as we do every single day.
Secretary, there's a review right now by the administration of the AUKUS deal that the last administration forged, and I think that raises some questions among Asia-Pacific allies and partners about the U.S. defense commitment here in Asia. What do you say to people who...
Well, look, anytime a new administration takes over, there's a review of all policies. I mean, policies are a review doesn't necessarily mean you're against it. We did a review at the State Department of our diplomatic presence around the world because I wanted to know which consulates and embassies could be adjusted both in their size and in their presence. Could we consolidate a presence? We did a review. We haven't closed any embassies, but we did a review. So just because you're reviewing something doesn't mean you're going to necessarily act on it. It means you're a new administration and you want to take an audit and an account about all the policies that you've inherited and policies, how they've changed since the last time you were in office when it comes to the Trump administration. So, but our policies in AUKUS have not changed. What else? That's it.
Are you hopeful on a Gaza ceasefire in the next few days?
Well, we're hopeful. I mean, in the end, we're hoping they'll move to proximity talks. It appears that generally the terms have been agreed to, but obviously now you need to have talks about how you implement those terms. And I spoke to Steve Woodcock last night, and he's optimistic that proximity talks will begin fairly soon, expedited and facilitated by the Qataris and the Egyptians. And so, but we've seen talks fall apart in the past at that stage of proximity talks. So I think we're closer, and I think perhaps we're closer than we've been in quite a while, and we're hopeful. But we also recognize there's still some challenges in the way, and one of the fundamental challenges is Hamas's unwillingness to disarm, which would end this conflict immediately. Yeah. If they just release the hostages, there shouldn't be a single hostage. There shouldn't be a single hostage body still left. If they release that and disarm, this would end. But that said, the Israelis.
Man, getting Hamas to disarm. Here's the thing: I would love them to do so, but I just don't see that. I just don't see that. I know Israel's going like, yeah. Oh hell no! But we're gonna have to wait for further developments on that. But at least they showed good faith by releasing the hostages.
Israelis have shown some flexibility here, and so I think we've seen progress made. So we're hopeful, but we also understand that these things have been difficult for a reason. But we're hopeful that they can move to proximity talks pretty quickly and go from there and have a ceasefire in place in the near future.
Are there any sticking points from the Israeli side, such as on aid or the withdrawal of Israeli troops? Where does that stand?
Well, the sticking point would be on the Hamas side. I mean, Hamas basically wants Israel to withdraw completely and allow them to go back to being Hamas. Obviously, the Israelis aren't going to agree to that.
Yeah.
I think the easiest way to end this, that's not what the agreement is, but the easiest way to end this is for all the hostages to be released and for Hamas to disarm.
Well, yeah, disarm and go into exile is what they specifically said.
Absent that, the Israelis and Hamas, through the mediation of Qatar and Egypt, have reached an understanding on a 60-day ceasefire and some elements of that with regards to humanitarian aid through international agencies resuming and so forth. But now you've got to have talks about how do you implement that. And that's where this has fallen apart in the past. We're hopeful that'll work out. We're doing everything we can. We'd like to see a ceasefire. The president's been clear he wants to see a ceasefire. And we've invested a lot of time and energy. I know Steve Woodcock works every single day on this topic alone. So we've invested a lot of time into that. We'd like to see it happen. Okay? All right.
AI impersonator of you? Anything you can say about who was behind that?
No, I mean, it could happen to anybody. I mean, everybody, especially if you're a public figure, they just got to get enough. Like they could take the interview out of here today and change it around. So,
yeah, somebody was using Rubio, pretty much using Rubio's voice. A deepfake Rubio was going around pretty much trying to get government officials to, I guess, spill secrets. So, hey, man, AI, huh?
But, as soon as I found out about it last week, I referred it to the FBI, diplomatic security, and others. It won't be the last time you see me or others, for that matter. Maybe some of you will be impersonated. But it's just a reality of this AI technology that's going on, and it's a real threat.
How did you find out?
Oh, somebody called me. It was a senator that called me and said, "Hey, did you just try to reach me?" And actually sent me a voice recording. It doesn't really sound like me. Maybe you fell for that call, but maybe there was a better one that I didn't see, but
it was on Signal, right? So does this?
I don't know how they got it or if it was a voicemail. No, it doesn't matter what form you use. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Signal or anything else.
There are more secure methods that in Signal you can create an account with an email address, and that was one of the reasons that they were able to reach out to people and then use the voicemail messages to imitate your voice.
Because a lot of government officials use Signal. So, I mean, they would have to use Signal to get in contact with these government officials are trying to get to spill secrets with AI Rubio.
People in the past asked me if I texted them. Like within days of becoming Secretary of State, I had foreign ministers calling the State Department asking if I had just texted them. So I don't know, guys. This is just the reality of the 21st century with AI and fake stuff that's going on. It's generally, I communicate with my counterparts around the world through official channels for a reason, and that's to avoid this.
Do you have any sense of who the perpetrators are?
No, I mean, you're not gonna have any sense. The perpetrator is somebody with an AI software. That could be anybody in the world. Man. My sense is the target really isn't me. The target is the people they're reaching out to try to trick them into a call or whatever. and who knows what they do with it. But you're going to hear about this for a long time. I mean, not just me, it'll happen to other people, because all you need is a recording of someone's voice and you can come up with it. So yeah, it's just one of the other great challenges posed to us by AI. I'm sure there's a lot of positive aspects to AI as well, but this ain't one of them.
You said, Secretary, that the weapons pause by the Pentagon in the narrow scope in which it occurred made sense, but was it a decision on which the State Department was consulted, or what was the level of?
No, it wasn't. No. I said it was a review. It was a pause pending review, and so we were constantly. The Pentagon is constantly reviewing stockpiles, especially after an engagement such as the one we had in the Middle East. So what my point is that there wasn't a policy decision not to give weapons to Ukraine. It was a review in which certain munitions were temporarily paused for that review and for that purpose. And this reporting out there that there was no awareness of it is not true now, but no policy decision was made. In essence, no one ever said we're not sending weapons to Ukraine. That's been appropriated by Congress, and that's continued. And that continues to this very day. But when you're doing a review, there's some period of time in which during that review, it's possible that some shipping is slowed down, not stopped. But because it's being reviewed, someone would say, okay, well, let's not send it today. Let's wait a couple of days because we're conducting the review of that particular munition. So that's what happened here. And I think it was not appropriately reported initially. But nonetheless, it's pretty clear now that review has occurred. And as the president's made clear, there's been no change to our posture with regards to providing what we have available. Now, I would remind everybody, again, I go back to the point I made, and that is that there are certain things that Ukraine needs, like Patriot batteries. Those are available. There are multiple countries in Europe that possess Patriot batteries that they could share with Ukraine. And we're actively, talking to countries about doing that.
Anyone specifically?
Well, the Spaniards have one. They're really far from Ukraine, and they have one. The Germans have, others have. I'm not singling them out, but I'm just telling you those are two that I know. There are other Patriot batteries, and there are other opportunities. Countries that have ordered Patriot batteries that are about to receive shipments of them. It'd be great if one of them volunteered to defer that shipment and send it to Ukraine instead. So we're looking for creative ways to provide them these defensive weapons that they would
I mean, it is kind of funny, though. Like, all these countries expect us to shell out all this defense for Ukraine, but they're not willing to give up the defense we give them. It's like, I mean, come on now. If you really want to, support Ukraine, take those Patriot batteries and send it to Ukraine, Spain, Germany.
Now, that's not going to help them with the drone attacks. That's a very different technique that you use in order to bring those down. But it would help them with some of these missile attacks that we're seeing. Again, these are defensive weapons.
The reduction in force of the State Department, is that something that we should expect to happen while you are traveling, or is it something you want to be in Washington, D.C. while it happens?
No, I mean, we've already notified that to Congress. Understand our reduction in force was done, I'm very proud to say, I think, I would argue probably in the most deliberate way of anyone that's done one, through and reorganize the State Department. And when you reorganize the State Department, there were certain bureaus we wanted to empower the regional bureaus, and there were certain bureaus, these functional bureaus, that were closed. And so it made sense so that's been notified to Congress and to the workforce for some period of time. And so we've been ready to implement it pending a court decision, which now has been reached. There's some timing associated with how you do that, how you actually implement it. But our intent is to move forward with the plans that we've notified Congress of weeks ago and that we took months to design.
Will the numbers be the same as what was notified to Congress?
Sure.
I mean, our plan that we notified to Congress is what we intend to do, and then we'll have achieved our again, the reduction of force is a consequence of the reorg. It's not a consequence of trying to get rid of people. But if you've closed the bureau, you don't need those positions. Understand that some of these are positions that are being eliminated, not people. Some of them are unfilled positions potentially, or positions that someone took early retirement, and therefore are now or about to be unfilled. So, but we took a very deliberate step to reorganize the State Department to be more efficient and more focused. That's been publicly noticed to Congress months ago. We've been prepared to implement it. And the thing that slowed us down was a court decision by a district judge in the Northern District of California. The Supreme Court has ruled on that. And so we're prepared to act on it. It'll come as no surprise. And that is our reorg. That'll.
And all right, now let's go to, I guess, a Trump naysayer. And it was really on the big, beautiful bill. Now, it is funny how Jake Tapper had to give this man a whole CNN exclusive interview. So, I had to hear what he had to say. All right, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen. And guys, let's make sure we support this show. Remember, it's just $2 and up. I will go ahead and read out any question, comment, joke, disagreement, or if you have or $5 if you're a member, $10 if you're not, a video suggestion. All right, guys, appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
When you announced that you were not going to be running for re-election, your statement said in part that too many legislators on Capitol Hill don't understand the consequences of policies that they enact could have on that young adult living in a trailer park, struggling to make ends meet.
Yep.
You were that young adult at that one point. I don't know how many people here know that about you, that you come from humble circumstances. But how important was that to your decision to vote against?
Yeah, it's because really understand. Well, first off, I was a partner at Price Waterhouse. I've been trained in implementation. My entire career was working with big companies, taking complex things and operationalizing them. So when we looked at this Medicaid, the Senate mark.
Hey, and shout out to Sir Rage a lot. Hey, appreciate the support. He's became a member. Shout out.
The house mark was fine. It was just clear to me it was not thought out. And I really did think about it, like the tax policy, the same thing. In fact, my mother's in Nashville. I'll be headed back this weekend. I'm going to stop by that trailer park. It's still on Richards Road in Antioch. And I lived on Waikiki Boulevard when I lived with my family there. It had previously been called Hawaiian Village.
Oh, Sir Rachel, I'll make sure to send me an email and I'll go ahead and get you into the members only Discord.
It was Countryside Village. And then I had a trailer when I moved out of home. I left the trailer park for about a year, and then I moved into one on Sugarcane Lane. But I thought about going back into there and asking them how they thought about the consequences of this policy. I'll give you a good example. To give you an idea of how that does shape my understanding or my view of policy, the no tax on tips. So when I was living in that trailer on Waikiki Boulevard with my family, and I was still going to high school, I became a waiter.
And all right, so this guy's a the U.S. Senator for North Carolina. So I mean, shout out this guy. I think Castro. I think you're from North Carolina.
At a restaurant that was kind of like a Denny's, a highway restaurant.
Right.
Right. And I made good money because as a male waiting tables back in the 76.
And this is before there were taxes on tips, right?
Yeah, right.
They were enacted in 82 by Bob Dole.
So, I was, and it was all cash tips anyway. I'm a 16-year-old kid. You really think I'm going to declare this for my taxes anyway? I mean, my gosh, let's be real. So, but 3 years later, I'm not on Waikiki Boulevard. I'm now on Sugarcane Lane in that same trailer park, and I'm a warehouse worker. This is just after I graduated high school. I was supposed to go off to the Air Force, had a car accident, found myself without any college prospects for a while after thinking I was going to go to OCS training in the Air Force. But now I'm a warehouse worker. Now, over the span of 3 years, living in that same trailer park, Thom Tillis, the waiter, gets a tax brace, but Thom Tillis, the warehouse worker, doesn't. So it's just inherently unfair. If you really are trying to have an impact on them, then why don't you have a policy that's instructed by all of the circumstances in that trailer park? And
I mean, let's be real, because all right. So I believe your average factory worker will probably making around that 30, 50K, even 60. Highest earning, you know what? Damn near six figures. But here's the thing. There has been a 15% decrease in the tax taken from people who are making between 30K and 80K. So that does cover majority of people working in factories. Majority of them.
Similarly, I'm sure that there are a lot of people that are Medicaid eligible in that trailer park today. The one footnote is, Jelly Roll, the country music singer. He grew up in that trailer park too, about 20 years removed. I found that out when I asked him questions in a hearing up here. But yeah, I do look at where I came from, and I try to always think in terms of how does it affect people that are on that bubble too.
And when you had your conversations with President Trump on text and on the phone, you were telling him that you thought his advisors were not giving him the full truth about what the Senate bill would do.
Absolutely. And I've told the president a number of times that I very seldom believe I've ever disagreed with him, but I have disagreed with bad advice that some of his advisors are giving him, whether it's on a nominee or whether it's on policy. I told the president that the House mark was great. The House mark dealt with work requirements, saved $800 billion. There's only a $200 billion delta between the Senate mark, which was largely requested by staff in the White House. It wasn't the brainchild of any one member that I can find here, but it does so much damage. It just wasn't thought through. And hopefully we can convince them that that we have to fix it. And that we can either fix it with a bipartisan bill coming up or the ACA extensions or some way we need to fix it. Otherwise, I told the president, I really do believe it could be his Obamacare.
Because of the promise that he made that was not true. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
And now it's like, if you like Medicaid and you're eligible, you can keep it. That's fundamentally untrue because the funding mechanisms are probably going to take people who are eligible for it off of it over time, or it's going to create an enormous unfunded mandate on the states in a time frame that they can't absorb. In North Carolina, the estimate is nearly $26 billion over 10 years. Now, people say, well, we've delayed it for a year. I said, the numbers are still the same. It's a 10-year hit. But and then pretending like it won't have political consequences.
Do you think the people in that trailer park, do you think that they understand what's in that bill and how it could impact them?
They don't, but they will. They'll be targeted, and they should be. I mean, if I were
I think the trailer park people can understand, or they can at least look through history enough to be like, about before Biden, we were spending a whole lot less on Medicaid and we still had health care. Now Biden done triple what we spend on Medicaid. And now that we're trying to take it down, everybody's panicking about it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hear it, especially when we were spending about maybe $600 billion. I'm sorry. Yeah, $600 billion on Medicaid. Now when Biden done upped it up to trillions of dollars. Well, not trillions, but about $1 trillion or $900 billion. And we try to lower it down to $825 billion. These guys are freaking out. Yeah, I'm not hearing it, guys.
Politically, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, they will find a way in today's world. You can find those folks. And if you're a competent Democrat, you're going to figure out a way to communicate to them how that affects their lives. And it almost certainly will. If it's that trailer park or the one that I spent a little bit of time in Jacksonville, Florida, or challenge communities across the country, that was the point. The House bill, I had no problem with. And I actually had sympathy with some of our dead hawks, of which I am one, to say, I think we should cut more. I think we should find $200 billion more in savings for $1 trillion, just not in this way, because it's not sustainable. And it's politically, I think it's politically just devastating.
When you told that to the president, what did he say?
I think he probably heard it, maybe resonated with it. I was told by more than one person that he preferred the House bill more, but there's no question the Democrats are going to say that he broke his promise and that Medicaid recipients are going to be at risk. But he's got people that are giving him bad advice that are around him every day. And I continue to say, look, you got people here. I have a vested interest in making sure that President Trump's the most successful Republican president in the history of this country.
All right, now let's go ahead and expose this man real quick. So, let's get into the contributions from the medical professionals and health sector. So, the health professionals, he's ranked among the top Indian. So this man has received altogether from 2019 to 2024 almost over $1 million in contribution from the health sector. And then pharmaceuticals and health, he received over 400,000. So this man is actually speaking not for the people, but for his donors. I mean, that's tough.
Republican long before President Trump was, and I'll be a Republican for the rest of my life. I built a majority in North Carolina. I want to see that that successful streak and all the benefits that have occurred in North Carolina occur and continue. And so you have to be able to tell truth to power. That's our job. And that's exactly what I attempted to do last week. And that's what I'll continue to do. And I'll continue to work with the president if he chooses to. I'm a transaction guy. Completely believe they missed the mark on this one. His advisors got it wrong. Off to the next transaction. Let's fix this or work on something else. There are plenty of things where we agree.
The Wall Street Journal reported that when he made his final pitch to you, you said, I can't effing do that.
Well, it sounds like me, but I don't remember the conversation at that level of granularity. But I made it very clear to the president and I have never had a pitched discussion. Every time, and I've probably done it more than many, every time I'm very frank with him, but he has never been untoward, never raised his voice.
He just goes on social media and does it.
Yeah, well, that's the first time he ever did. And so after.
I don't know. I can't trust nothing this man says. Like what? Doctors, nurses, allied health. I mean, healthcare professionals have contributed a total of $905,000 to Tillis' campaign during the 2019-2024 cycle. I mean, bro, he's lobbied. Yeah, he's lobbied money. Like this guy's literally speaking for his donors.
After he did that, after I told the president that he's clearly got the votes. That I will try and work to get something done in the House. He didn't need my vote, and that I would be respectful and quiet and try to do my work on the House side. And then I got that text that I texted him, or I saw I'd never read it, but
and shout out to my man James Foley. He says instead of socialism is the U.S. wouldn't wait. Is the U.S. or okay, my bad. So instead of socialism in the U.S., wouldn't a smaller federal government and stronger communities and families be the right idea? Some of these little socialist wannabes want to take from me to fund their lifestyle. Scam. I mean, you ain't lying. But here's the thing. They always did say, look, high taxes benefit the government. Like that gives the government power. But you know what actually gives the people power and actually sticks it to the corporations? Tariffs. Yes, the very tariffs that you guys fearmonger on is the very thing that can help y'all out with these corporations. And you guys can make them eat them through, well, I mean, your purchasing decisions. I'm just saying, you definitely could.
I saw like the first sentence. I told the president and another.
I mean, Apple ain't going to raise their prices if everybody starts shifting towards LG. I mean, damn near like a financial protest.
Text, I said, now it's time to start looking for my replacement because I don't deal with that kind of bullshit.
If you're serious.
And what did he say to that?
He texted back, I am. And I think subsequent to that, he started taking interviews. He needs to, because it's going to be a tough race in North Carolina. We got to get a good candidate. And I'm committed to helping the president get that candidate elected. If it's not, well, let's say a handful of people that will never make it in a general election in North Carolina.
Yeah, well, you've talked about the lieutenant governor, the former lieutenant governor, Mark Robinson, who has a lot of baggage, a lot of weird stuff.
He's still got Mini Soldier out there. For
Mini Soldier, his porn avatar name or whatever, allegedly. President Trump endorsed him last time, loved him. He's very pro-Trump. What happens if Trump gets behind him?
I think it'd be devastating. And if you noticed, before the revelations of Mini Soldier and everything came out, Mark Robinson was not on the stage any longer. So I think the president probably got the right intel that it was not a good idea to call him Martin Luther King ×2. He is a disgrace to Martin Luther King's legacy. And there's no way if he became the nominee in North Carolina, I could possibly support him. Of course, I wouldn't support the Democrat nominee. I would just have to take a pass.
What if it were Laura Trump? There's talk of her running.
They've all got to decide, our state is very difficult for Republicans to win. In both cases, I've won by fewer than 2 points. So they need to be really smart about the name on the ballot and the profile on the ballot to have an opportunity to win. It would have been a very difficult race for me. Jake, you've been following elections a lot longer than I have. On election day, I've never been closer than 2 points behind my opponent, and we pulled it out in both cases.
I mean, honestly, I can go a little bit further. I mean, look, guys, hear this. So in the 2019-2020 cycle, Tillis, this guy here, received approximately $513,714 from pharmaceutical and health product PACs, ranking him 6th among U.S. senators. I mean, bro, for real? Oh, but you speaking against the healthcare cuts. I wonder why.
But this is going to be a tough race for someone. They need a good, solid business, right of center conservative to match up against whoever it is. And now it looks like it may be Governor Cooper.
Governor Cooper, who's pretty popular, two-term governor, managed to have a decent profile in North Carolina and leave the state pretty popular.
Yeah.
You were talking about the difficulties of being a Republican in this era. A columnist in the Carolina Journal wrote about you. Tillis has been one of the few elected officials on Capitol Hill in recent years who has demonstrated a willingness to stand up for the legislative branch. The story surrounding his departure from Congress is unlikely to encourage others to step into that role.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a good example last week, and let's, before we start, I have to say the Democrats have a far worse rap sheet than Republicans when it comes to defending this institution. I only have to point to nuking the filibuster and thank God that we had Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema there to save the chamber.
No longer here.
No, and these folks now are using as a litmus test for primaries, would you nuke the filibuster? But now Republicans are starting to take that bait. I am here to defend the Article 1 branch and to collaborate with the Article 2 branch, more so when there's a Republican in there, maybe a little less so when there's a Democrat, but still I've managed to do bipartisan work when Biden was in office. But at the end of the day, I'm an institutionalist, and it's remarkable to me how I hear all of these self-avowed institutionalists rationalize why they wouldn't vote for the amendment last week for John Kennedy to simply say, if we're going to give the president $1 billion a year to spend on defense production, shouldn't there actually be a consultation with Congress before it's spent? And we had dozens of our members vote against it because the president rightfully wanted it. So I don't mind the tug and pull. I think the president would be wrong if he wasn't trying to make his branch as powerful as possible. By the same token, it's our job to maintain the historic intent of the Article 1 branch.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to be dogmatic about that because I really believe that it's what has made this country so special.
Do you think that the lesson for the Republican Party right now is fall in line behind President Trump or get out of Congress?
No, look, I made a personal decision that it wasn't an in a moment decision.
You'd made the decision before all this happened with the bill.
I started a process of what I described to many of my donors and supporters of confirmatory due diligence back in January and February when I said, I've got to convince myself that this transaction of being involved in the most expensive race in U.S. history again, that it's worth doing and that there is a path.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, or the 3 dots up there in the corner to like and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, guys.
After winning. And I felt like I needed to determine whether or not I could raise the money that was necessary for my campaign. I needed to determine if we were going to have a going concern in terms of governing over a reasonable period of time. So that I could then determine if the environment of the election, if those two things are in place, knowing that it was likely going to be a negative environment because of the historic trend of the party in power in the White House having headwinds, then I was going to make a decision probably more in the September timeframe. But it just seemed like in the moment, I don't feel like what we passed out last week had any semblance of good governance. It was an artificial deadline created by some staffer in the White House who probably wanted the signature to happen while the rockets' red glare were bursting in air, that vision on July 4th. There was nothing in that deadline that had anything to do with a Senate priority. I have said, look, we could have probably taken 10 days and fixed this bill and had the president have a highly successful bill. But you got staff over there that are so obsessed with making the date that they don't care about the outcome. They just care about checking the box. And that's what I've continued to tell the president he needs to be wary of.
I'm sure that your supporters and your donors and your constituents, some of them said, this is exactly why you need to run for re-election, because you are willing to stand up for the legislative branch. And even though you are very conservative, you are willing to work in a bipartisan way to get stuff done.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
I felt like in the moment that I wanted to take off the table any question whatsoever about whether or not my reelection prospects had anything to do with how I make decisions here. I've been trying to tell people that for the last 10 years. Look, I got a wonderful life and a wonderful family and lots of professional options.
I mean, I bet you do. I mean, bro, the pharmaceutical lobby has been paying you out all to the tune of about what, 700,000 to 1.2 million dollars. And all you got to do is sell out.
Before I started this job, and I'm going to have them after I started this job. But I
mean, due to this man selling out to these, pharmaceutical companies, this is the reason why healthcare is so expensive, because of guys like him. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like this guy.
To make it very clear, if you want to try and flex on me and make it look like my reelection prospects are at risk, I want to make it clear that that's not anything I care about. I care about good policy, and I care about the future of this country. And I thought taking that off the table for the next year and a half may put me in a better position to help govern and help encourage other members to stand up for our branch and for good policy and absolutely support President Trump.
But that flexing,
but on our terms.
That flexing was not coming from Roy Cooper and Josh Stein. That flexing was coming from Trump and the MAGA forces who were
more the MAGA forces. Again, I don't have a problem with President Trump.
Right.
I got a problem with some of the people I consider to be amateurs advising him.
What do you make when you go on?
And so I want to make it very clear to them guys, when you act like the president, when he's out of the room, you don't impress me. And they'll hear more of that in the coming months.
Who are you talking about specifically? Stephen Miller?
We'll get to that.
What is it like? I don't know how much you go on social media. Oh, look, you got your grandkids on your socks.
Yeah, that's all three of them right there.
We'll get a close up of that later. What do you make of? I don't know how often you go on social media, and for your own mental sanity,
Never.
I hope it's never. But when people call you a rhino, a Republican in name only, even though you are obviously very conservative, though willing to work with Democrats and also willing to stand up for the legislative
well, under Democrats that get paid by the same PAC that he does. Yeah, of course, I bet.
branch. What do you make of that criticism?
I tell them, I agree. I'm a rhino. I've just got a different take on it. I'm a Republican in need of outcomes. And the thing that most of these so-called true conservatives have in common, whether they're elected or party leaders, they've never legislated. They haven't scratched.
No, Republicans in need of outcome. I'm not even gonna lie. That was smooth. That was actually kind of smooth. I'll give it to him.
That's the surface of what I've been responsible for real meaningful Second Amendment bills, for property rights reform, for pro-life movement. So they can spare me the amateurish view of how this world works because they don't have a body of work to point to. I do. And so if they want to call me a rhino, then go ask themselves, what advances did we make on so many conservative issues when I was speaker? And what have we done here on spending or on conservative legislation that's hit the president's desk that some people is bipartisan, but it's fundamentally sound conservative legislation. I don't apologize for my body of work. I've run on it in multiple primaries and I've won every one of them.
You mentioned earlier that you thought President Trump was getting bad advice, not just about this bill, but also maybe about some of his nominees. You ultimately voted for both RFK Jr. for HHS Secretary and Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary, even though your vote was not guaranteed until the end there. Do you regret those votes now that you've seen them in office?
Well, first, I need to set the record straight on Hegseth. I had already informed my conference that I was going to defer to the Senate Armed Services vote. If he got a unanimous vote out of Senate Armed Services, then I was going to defer to them. I was on that committee for several Congresses. But then there was that allegation that came out on that Sunday. It was net new information. I complete my due diligence. And so I interviewed a number of people. I was called over to the White House on the Thursday night, asking me to vote for them. I said, I may. The vote's not till tomorrow. I've still got to complete my due diligence. And quite honestly, there were conversations that I had on Friday that made me put this allegation in the same category as the other ones that I'd worked on before he was confirmed. Now,
this had to do with the abusive tactics towards women?
That's right. Yeah. But what it came down to is, honestly, there was never an example of an eyewitness corroborated account. And I had to be fair to Pete Hegseth on that issue. Now, with the passing of time, I think it's clear he's out of his depth as a manager of a large, complex organization.
Yeah, what was your reaction to the Signalgate situation?
Well, that's just one. I mean, this whole idea of having a pause in Ukraine defensive arms.
All right, guys, I do want to get to his Susie Wiles interview because, well, let's be real here. This is her. This is the White House chief of staff, Susie Wiles. So yeah, let's see what she thinks about certain things. And shout out to New York Post for this interview.
You about these last couple of weeks have been momentous in terms of achievements in any president's term. What to you has stood out?
Really, soon we'll be 6 months here, and looking at the accomplishments in totality, it's unfathomable. And the last 2 weeks have been even more so, between foreign leaders and peace and increased defense spending and a very strategic.
And shout out to my man James Foley. He says, if you enjoy the content and would like to support the channel and allow for open conversation, can we start a dollar train? Toot, my people. I mean, that's a whole lot of dollars right there. But all right, sure, man. Shout out to my man James Foley and appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate it. And let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's get into Trump's right hand. Well, not man, but I guess a woman.
Action on Iran and soon to be, we hope, peace in Gaza.
And he's supposed to be a misogynist. Okay, guys. Okay.
Passing the one big beautiful bill. I mean, the list is too long for even your long form podcast, but it's just been remarkable.
And is that something that surprised you, that you were able with President Trump to achieve so much so quickly?
No, because the way the 2020 election went, ended, whatever, he had 4 years to think about exactly what he wanted to do when he got back here, and was ready to begin on the first day, and has never stopped since. As you probably know as well as anybody, he never stops working. And so when you combine a work ethic that's unparalleled with a wish list that's very long and an appetite for success for the American people, this is what you get.
Yeah, hit the ground running. And but I guess we see that Donald Trump works in Trump speed, warp speed. But that also means that the people who work for him do the same. Do you ever find it hard keeping up?
I don't know of another mortal who could really keep up.
Right.
I work as hard as I can, and I think I do fine, or at least if I don't, he hasn't told me that yet. But it is superhuman pace. There's no question. And if you look around at the staff, they're all young but me. So there's a reason for that.
Yeah. And what actually does a chief of staff do?
Oh boy. I gave a piece of advice to myself when I started this job. I am the chief of staff. I'm not the chief of Donald Trump. And if I keep remembering that, then I know to facilitate what he needs and wants to be the president of the United States, leader of the free world. We assemble, I think, the best staff that's ever worked in a White House, bar none.
Except for Pam Bondi.
I'm in charge of all the administrative stuff that nobody would want to be in charge of. And also the big picture that I do want to be in charge of. And it's a jack of all trades in some ways. In government, and particularly in the White House, the chief of staff is fairly prescribed. There is a responsibility for the military office, responsibility for the continuity of government, all that sort of thing that I didn't know I would be handling when I got here. Because it is different than the campaign in that regard. But I have a long background in local and state government, and so it's not a complete shock. But the protocol that's associated with the West Wing is beyond anything I really expected.
And what do you mean by that? What do you mean protocol? You mean rules?
Rules. I mean, it's protocol, not law.
Yeah.
But things have been done a certain way here for a very long time. And you can do some things differently. And I do, but you can't upset the whole apple cart at once. And also these protocols are here for a reason. It does make the machine work more easily.
Yeah.
And people already understand how things are supposed to be. So in many ways, it's good. In fact, in virtually all ways, it's good, but it was something for me to get used to.
Yeah. And you said you involved in the big picture. What does that mean? I mean, are you, I heard that you helped negotiate the release of some hostages at one point. You had dinner with the president of ABC News a few days before that George Stephanopoulos settlement happened. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
I didn't negotiate any hostages release. I
okay.
am a cheerleader for it.
Yes.
But that's a Steve Witkoff.
Right.
That's a Steve Witkoff amazing achievement.
Yeah.
I do get to do really amazing things and meet people that I would not meet in any other walk of life. And I hope to, when I do that, I hope to bring the sensibilities of this administration, why he ran, what he's doing, and how quickly, to every executive, or in this case, the head of a network that I meet. It's our job to broaden as best we can his message and his views everywhere we can do it. And oftentimes that, in my case, includes political people, but it also includes CEOs and that sort of thing. So it's a real joy to be able to do that.
And what about your relationship with Donald Trump? Tell us.
All right. Okay. So she's not really doing too much. I mean, as soon as she said she was a cheerleader, I was like, oh, okay. Well, okay. You ain't making too many good decisions. It's not going to be like the Scott Besson one. All right. Now, let's get into Kristi Noem's and pretty much the anti-ICE rhetoric that's been spreading around, thanks to the left. I mean, thanks a lot, guys. Now you got the ICE agents wearing masks. You got them masked up. And then y'all complain about it. Like, y'all crazy.
Let's bring in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She joins us now live on set here in New York. Good to have you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much for having me today.
First up, the environment for these ICE agents. We fear what may be coming next, as we are not seeing the rhetoric toned down.
No, in fact, it's getting worse. Some of these Democrat leaders.
Hey, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, if you come here to hate, put $1 in the plate. Hey, shout out. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate it.
In some of these communities and states are really, really elevating the emotion out there and lying and putting these officers' lives in jeopardy. So I'm hopeful that people remember that they are just upholding the rule of law, and remember what our streets were like under the last administration, how dangerous it was, and that President Trump and these ICE officers are going after murderers and rapists, people who are trafficking our children. In fact, since President Trump has been in office, we've located over 10,000 of these missing children and been able to return them back to their family members and to their loved ones, arrested over 400 different sponsors that were out there perpetuating this kind of activity. So these ICE officers are patriots, and they're going out every day and making our streets safer.
Can I ask you a direct question?
Yeah. I mean, in hostile territory, because these leftists don't want them to fix the immigration problem, and they're willing to get hostile about it. I mean, you've seen how what happened in LA, and you see how that went down. ICE agents were literally having rocks thrown at them. And this is law enforcement. They're just doing their job. And now they got a high day face because we got radicals who's, well, one, who's want to hurt them, and two, who's most likely want to dox them and go after their family and friends.
Madam Secretary,
absolutely.
How concerned are you? Because what we saw in Alvarado, Texas, that coordinated attack with AR-style rifles, one officer getting shot in the neck, body armor. This isn't just a protest that got out of control and passionate. How concerned are you that you may have to attend the funeral of one of your agents or officers?
Oh, I think about it every day. Every word that comes out of my mouth, I think, how can I protect these officers so they can do their jobs? What decisions can I make today? I think people recognize that when you're responsible for making decisions that puts people in a situation that could cost them their lives, that it's a heavy weight that sits on you every single day. So what these people that are political have done by elevating this to where we now have a 700% increase in violence against our ICE officers is really unprecedented. It really is unprecedented, this environment that we're in. And we need to do even more to tell their stories and about what they're doing and why they're doing it.
So we want to be careful because we don't want to give too much publicity to this, but we have to ask you about it. There's this new website out that uses...
No, we don't give enough publicity and we don't explain it. No, these people get violent for some strange reason towards these ICE officers. But then you're the same people that was complaining, oh, well, the Capitol Police. Okay, well, what about the ICE officers, guys?
Facial recognition and AI to identify the faces of ICE agents, and then mix them with things like other things on the internet, pictures on the internet, to identify them and dox them. And the website says, why are we targeting individuals at ICE? Aren't they just doing their job? They answer it. Evil is built on the back of people doing in boring jobs, just following orders.
Yo, okay. Website targets ICE agents with facial recognition. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Like, these guys are vicious. Like, they really want these people. They want to know who they are just so they can harass them.
To identify them and dox them. And the website says,
Yeah, tax on federal immigration agents soar to 690%. AKA, they go out there, when ICE goes out there, they're most likely going to get attacked by people. Most likely.
why are we targeting individuals at ICE? Aren't they just doing their job? They answer it. Evil is built on the back of people doing in boring jobs, just following orders. How dangerous is this?
It's extremely dangerous. And what you were talking about, Griff, is exactly what they're doing. They're not just threatening them and doxing them, they're ambushing them. They're threatening their families. They're talking about kidnapping their families.
What I tell you.
They're going after their colleagues. It's extremely dangerous, and the rhetoric has to stop.
What is your reaction to one of the suspects involved in one of the attacks came in under the Biden administration?
Yes, absolutely. Well, the Biden administration let in people from all over the world that are horrible individuals, along with people who came here, trying to be a part of America. But we have removed hundreds and hundreds of known and suspected terrorists through these ICE operations. We have tens of thousands of criminals that have perpetuated violence against Americans have been removed just since President Trump has been in office. So our communities are getting safer every single day. But these targeted attacks against these law enforcement officers is a disrespect and a dangerous situation that we're in, that I hope every American, if you know a law enforcement officer, go today and thank them. Cook their family a meal, go support them, and go talk about it on social media or go have their backs. I think that's been the most disappointing thing to me is people who are silent. Because as loud as this gets, all of us who understand the work that they're doing.
If you see somebody trying to stop ICE from doing their job, maybe you should stop them from interfering with law enforcement. Maybe we should step up a little bit and be like, no, we support this, so we're going to stand on it.
What they're doing to make America safe. We need to push back and talk about how proud we are of them.
And what their families, spouses, and children are going through. I want to just shift gears a little bit, Madam Secretary, because this weekend will mark the 1-year anniversary since the attempt on President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. We have a Fox Nation special now that people can watch and learn more from the Butler Emergency Services people, how they were dealing with it. And a lot of questions remain. It comes on the heels of learning that 6 Secret Service agents had been suspended. And I want to get your reaction to that and your thoughts.
Yes. So, the Secret Service has a totally different leadership team now than what they did before and have gone through. And this report has now just been released. I know that President Trump has told me that he's satisfied with it. We've changed communication channels and protocols on how Secret Service works with local law enforcement and how they talk during these types of security events. And then, the big, beautiful bill also gave them more resources that they needed. They needed more resources as far as training, but equipment, drone technology, counter drone technology. All of that was something that needed to be addressed, that I'm so thankful that we now have the funding that we can.
You have raised some concerns, moving on to Texas, you've raised some concerns about the alert system in Texas. Where are you on that right now? And then how comfortable are you that the administration will be able to help with the recovery efforts?
Well, we were there immediately. As soon as the flooding happened, I went there and showed up, and it was devastating. The alert system went out from the National Weather Service, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the thousands of people that were camping along the river, heard that alert.
What could be changed?
Well, I think that is always a response that the local officials make a decision for each of their towns, each of their counties, what their alert system is. I know the governor's been talking about it down there, about maybe potentially doing legislation in Texas that has some requirements to it. We certainly, as a federal government, will give them recommendations and support.
So Tiana Fernandez. I'm weak. Okay. Tiana Fernandez Anderson. Sorry. My bad. I was reading something right here. But yes, Anderson should be deported. But yes, wait, who is that, bro? Who's that? I'm weak. Fernandez Anderson should be deported. All right. I don't know who that is, but Fox Chase. Hey, what's up?
on what they could do, what other cities do. That's our role.
My bad. But yeah, shout out to the supporters. Appreciate the support. And shout out James. But who the heck is that?
And specifically with FEMA is to always come in when there is a situation like this, that we don't make the decisions for the local communities. We shouldn't make the decisions for the states because every state is different. Every town is different. What they need for sirens or sound alerts might be different based on their topography, on how the city is laid out. So we will give them recommendations and advice, but being there to allow the state to run the emergency response, but we come in and support it is incredibly important.
On that point, do you CNN is basically got a report accusing you of slowing the process? Would you like to respond to that?
Well, there you go. Fake news. CNN again is absolutely trash what they are doing by saying that, because our Coast Guard, our Border Patrol, BORTAC teams were there immediately. Every single thing I was on, they asked for, we were there. The governor and the emergency management director, Nim Kidd, are fantastic. And nobody there has said anything about that they didn't get everything that they wanted immediately or that they needed. And I'm proud of the work that we've done to support that. But, we've got flooding going on in New Mexico as well, North Carolina. So I've been visiting with their leadership team and spent quite a bit of time on the phone yesterday with the New Mexico governor, getting them resources as well. And that's what we do. And, the fact that CNN is continuing to be political and push out fake information and false and information and lies is not shocking, but it's a disservice to the country. It's a real disservice to the country because people start to mistrust anything that comes out then over the news. And then, well, that's true. Yeah, but they just don't trust anybody anymore, and that's not the kind of country.
Certainly, we are praying for all those communities involved, obviously in Texas, but also New Mexico, as they continue to fight dangerous situations there. You did something early on in your leadership that affects the way we fly now. You held a news conference announcing the changes to TSA and what happens when we go through security at the airport. So now we leave our shoes on?
We do. And I think everybody's excited about that. That was one of the first questions that I asked.
I'm weak. So the slight inconvenience of taking off your shoes have now been removed. And you know what? I'm for it. Hey, I ain't mad at it. The real ID's BS, but hey, it is what it is. I ain't mad at it.
Flying on our airline systems needs to be safe. We recognize what's happened in the past in this country. And my entire department was created after 9/11. It was put together in response to the attacks that we saw here in New York City and on our country. So, yes, questioning what we do as far as are our security checkpoints doing the right protocols, but also are we hospitable?
And shout out to my man Fox Chaser. Is it me or is everyone feel like they're waiting on the other shoe to drop? Something feels off lately. Wait, if you're talking about the Epstein files, hey, you never know. Actually, I found out something crazy about that, by the way. Ghislaine Maxwell, she also had a client list as well, but is being held up in court because she's trying to appeal her sentence. So we don't actually have all the evidence, and it's actually being held up in court due to Ghislaine Maxwell trying to appeal her sentence. And she could be doing this purposefully, to keep the evidence away, or this is just her trying to get off.
Are we doing things that matter? All of those questions we asked right away. And one of the things I said specifically is, does it make a difference now with our layered technology, with the new training that we have, and also the new steps of security that we have implemented in the last 20 years?
I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to ICE, though, if you're talking about the shoe falling off on ICE, we're talking about rogue group of citizens trying to attack ICE agents. That would be the other shoe falling off. That is when we reach a tipping point.
Do we still need to remove our shoes? And the answer was that it doesn't add a security benefit because of the new technology that we have in the new training.
Why did it take so long?
I don't think anybody asked the question.
Right.
I guess that's the one thing that, I don't know if you remember who had the job before I did. He wasn't exactly a rock
Well,
star.
we're glad you asked the question. Now we can all keep our shoes on.
Challenging every single thing we do has to be done. Right. And so there'll be more announcements coming. TSA has started family lanes. So if you've got kiddos, You have your own specific lane so that those
Yeah.
individuals can have a special screening. Our military near air bases have their own screening lanes now so they can get through faster as well. Having a tailored approach to how we do security checkpoints, safe and secure, but also get people through the checkout line, because everybody knows that traveling can be miserable at times. It shouldn't happen at the security checkpoint, and we're putting all of our TSA officials
thank
through
you.
hospitality training as well.
We thank you for traveling to sit on the couch with us.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Madam Secretary, thank you so much.
Good to be with you.
All right,
Thank you.
good to see you.
Well, Fox News learning one of the men charged after the ambush at an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, entered the country illegally over 20 years ago and was granted a green card under the Biden administration. Meanwhile,
okay, so all right, crossed the border illegally, 2001. Been here for a minute though. I mean, all right, got a green card in 2013. So okay, well, no way, whoa, never mind. DACA recipient in 2013, granted green card in 2024, but he was the one who went out there. Oh, come on, bro, come on. You just got green lighted, and then you go out here and do something to get that taken away, and then you do this as some type of radical protest, attacking ICE officers or trying to attack an ICE facility. I mean, idiot.
illegally over 20 years ago and was granted a green card under the Biden administration. Meanwhile, 4 more people who tried to sabotage an ICE operation with homemade tire spikes have been arrested in California. Here to talk about it, former Trump DOJ prosecutor Jim Trusty. Jim, good morning. Let's go to this case in Alvarado, Texas.
Okay, so the DACA is Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival. Whoa, does that mean he came here as a kid? An immigration policy that allows certain undocumented immigrants who were brought to the U.S. as children to receive a renewable 2-year period of deferred action from deportation and be eligible for work authorization. Whoa, who the hell did this? What was this like? When was this? And like, what?
We're learning more and more, particularly about this individual that was a DACA recipient, green card holder. Where do you see this prosecution going, and what do we need to know about it?
Yeah, well, the DACA guy is a little bit of a separate strand. You know, you have 10 people that were engaged in a.
Okay, so yeah, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals was announced by President Obama, shockingly, in June 15th of 2012. I mean, yeah, I'm okay. I'm a bit shocked by that result. I ain't gonna lie.
A highly premeditated ambush of an ICE facility and ICE agents. They set up a lure by vandalizing, by shooting fireworks. When the agents started to come out, they shot 20 to 30 rounds with AR-15. So starting point on that part of the case is I'd very much like to see a plead to the sheet mentality by the prosecutors. In other words, saying, hey, you've got attempted murder charges, you've got firearm charges, you can plead guilty to everything and beg the judge for mercy, but you're not getting it from me. I think that might be the tone that gets taken by the U.S. Attorney's Office in North Texas. This guy, Sanchez Estrada, was kind of an outlier to it in that he was the spouse of one of the people involved in the ambush. And the spouse called him and said, hey, they might be coming your way. And he apparently tried to get rid of a bunch of hateful literature that was inside the house. So he's charged with kind of a lower grade offense, an obstruction type offense. And the DACA stuff, you know, look, it's obviously newsworthy. He also renewed his DACA status a couple of times during other administrations. Look, I don't think it rises to the level of the outrage that you see in my state, Maryland, where, you know, young women are raped and murdered by illegal aliens that never should have been here. But that's obviously, you know, yet another moment of the immigration system failing to protect the community. But again, the primary thing to worry about is the fact that 10 people would come together and decide it's time to murder ICE agents, shooting one in the neck. I'm very worried that Kristi Noem and Tom Homan are going to be attending a funeral if we don't find a way to change the mentality that's spreading around this country about ICE.
That is absolutely the concern.
Yeah, and who is spreading this? Like, I mean, who's spreading this? And like, because thing is, now look, I'm not gonna say that the left aren't independent thinkers or they can't think for themselves, but I would ask y'all, like, where did y'all get this ideology from? Why do y'all feel like this is okay? And I'm not saying that all of you do. I'm pretty sure some of you guys see this as wild, but you do. I guess you agree with the sentiment, but you don't agree with the violence. So I'm pretty sure I can hear your point out on that. But why do you feel this way? Do you honestly feel that these ICE agents should be attacked? And then if that's the case, I mean, then what was the point of you guys bitching about January 6th?
Of every border and immigration official out there. And, you know, specifically with this case, this was this, I'll ask you, in your opinion, a coordinated, premeditated attack? You had 10 individuals with AR-style rifles, body armor. They had two-way radios. They even had cell phones in a Faraday bag, which is used to conceal communication.
Oh, my God. What type of bullshit, bro? Okay, white guy. Wait. White guy. White. Don't know what the heck. I don't know, man. It's bro, in the times of transgenders, you never know. All right, white guy, white girl, white guy, white girl, white girl, white girl. Middle Eastern, maybe. Maybe these two are a couple because they got the same last name. So I'm gonna say they look about Hispanic. So yeah, okay, they're Hispanic. So all right, Hispanic, and then an Asian. Bro, I mean, what the hell are you doing here? I mean, bro, white people, mainly white people, 3 Hispanics, and 1 Asian. And he's at large. CCP operative? I mean, intelligence officer? Like Benjamin Song? Like, I don't know. This seems a bit suspicious. You feel me? Like, huh?
Yeah, they had body armor, 12 suits of body armor for this group as well. And look,
Body
the
armor.
actions.
Oh, yeah, this man must have been some type of CCP spy. He came in with the weapons. He armed them. He said, yeah, we're about to F up these ICE agents and release the illegals to go rape and pillage. Yeah, this is, I don't know. Now, this is my wild speculation, of course. This is me throwing it out there, but he's at large, and he's the only Asian in the group. Now, I'm not trying to be racist, but come on, man. That's a little bit weird. Like,
tell you that it was coordinated, right? It makes sense. This was a lure, like, let's get these guys to come out and we're going to go after them. But beyond that, right now, the investigation is undoubtedly going to recover communications between them, at least most likely. And those communications will kind of cement the deal that this was an absolutely coordinated, premeditated, heinous act by 5 men and 5 women in particular that knew exactly what they were in for when they showed up at that ICE facility.
Jim, let me turn here a little bit to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Judge Paula Zenas expected today to weigh in on whether or not the DOJ must announce its witness to basically detail what the government, the administration plans to do with him should he be released. Your thoughts?
Yeah, this is more kind of judicially assisted lawfare chaos. That's the short version. The slightly longer version is this. You know, he has human smuggling charges in Nashville. The magistrate judge has basically said, I think we can actually cut him loose on these charges, let him be on some conditions of home confinement, et cetera, where he'll show up for court without being incarcerated. But normally what that would mean in this case is that the ICE detainer kicks in, he's taken into ICE custody and quite possibly removed soon.
Yeah.
Judge Zinnes in Maryland.
Because the order for his removal stands. I mean, that's how official his deportation is. That's how you know there was due process. Because even if he's released by America, by pretty much, what was it? I think it's Tennessee. Was it Tennessee? Yeah, it was Tennessee where he caught this charge. Even if they release him, his order to be removed still stands, and ICE will take his ass and be like, all right, then, I mean, Hey, if you want us to send him back to El Salvador, we will, but you can keep him, wait till his court date and charge him. But if you release him out into the streets or at home, we are going to take his ass right back to El Salvador. And that is what ICE is standing on. Tough. And shout out to my man Jet, man. Appreciate the support. He said, goddamn's thinking they have Power Rangers with body armor. I mean, bro. No, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, bro, like what? They got a whole task force out here of like white people, Mexicans, and 1 Asian leading the group. I'm like, what is going on?
Has a kind of parallel fight going on where the ACLU lawyers are actually asking her, can you order Nashville to send them here because we're worried ICE is about to deport them? In fact, they've asked the judge to not release them too quickly from Nashville because they want to litigate a bunch of stuff in Maryland. And look, short version, in Maryland, it looks like the judge is taking things very personally. that she's frustrated with the DOJ representation and the response. She's ordering things like an ICE official to come to court in Greenbelt, Maryland, to explain what's going to happen next. I think this is the kind of stuff where the Supreme Court eventually, once again, might say, hey, look, we're not going to have 700 district court judges micromanaging the executive branch and shut it down. But in the meantime, plenty of litigation, plenty of chaos, and kind of a tug of war between Nashville and Maryland about where this guy's going to be.
Chaos, probably the right word there. We'll see where it goes. Jim Trusty, thank you. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmer. All right, now let's get to the mayoral candidate, or pretty much New York's fight, because this is getting crazy. It's getting crazy because my man Zoran Mondani, man, he might just win this, and they might be thrown into socialism, so it might be real. It's gonna get real for you guys over there in New York City. Hey, if you're a capitalist, leave now. It's gonna get real because he's looking like he's in the lead. And here goes Fox News trying to be like, you know what? We got a guy for you guys. He might just be able to save the day. And I'm over here like, nope, no, he's not.
Well, the New York mayoral race is heating up. The latest poll from political consulting firm Slingshot Strategy shows Democratic nominee Zoran Mondani ahead with 35% of the vote.
Damn.
Behind
God damn. Sorry, but like, really? 35%? Oh, this is why everybody's afraid, because he's ahead. He's ahead. So everybody's buying the socialism. Yeah, guys, and this is looking like a wrap. I think Zoran Mondani might have it.
him, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, 25%. Current Mayor Eric Adams is.
And shout out to my man Fox. He's like, I have a question. You might get busy, my balls, but Trump says law and order is coming. But I feel he's picking only the illegals. But wouldn't the pot farms be considered federally illegal too? Like, go at all of it. You know, me too. I said the same thing. I don't like it either, to be honest with you. I'm like, why are we picking and choosing with the guys on the farm? If they're here illegally, then get them up out of here. And if the only reason we're keeping them is because farmers can pay them, then we are supporting basically slave wages. Like, what's going on here, guys? What are we standing on? And if the farmers are pretty much coming to them pretty much saying that, oh no, we want to keep these guys, then I mean, like, hold on, what's wrong with getting them out of here if you're paying them a fair wage? You can just you can pretty much pay American those fair wages. You can pay teenagers who need a summer job and they go pick fruit in a bursting hot summer and build character like a man. Okay, maybe some of y'all may not agree with that, but hey, hard work builds character, does it not?
Fall into the bottom at 11% behind longtime Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa. Guardian Angels founder Curtis Sliwa joins me now live in our studio. And Curtis, I just want to add here, you were just endorsed by the New York City Council Republican delegation. What is your strategy to stay in this race and beat Mondani, Adams, and Cuomo?
Well, first off, I'm a major party candidate. I'm the Republican candidate that also has an independent line, first ever in electoral politics, protect animals, which will get a lot of cross-party support if you don't want to vote for a Republican. No-kill shelters and put animal abusers in jail. Okay. That's something that resonates with people. But my strategy is I'm the mayor of the outer boroughs because both Zoran Mondani, Adams, and Andrew Cuomo, they want to basically support the developers going out there and doing away with residential neighborhoods as we know them. I'm the one defending residential neighborhoods. They call it City of Yes here. Day one, I get elected, I'm repealing the City of Yes. I'm saving the residential neighborhoods, which is where the blue-collar working class live. They're the ones who have decided to improve, not move. Look, billionaires and zillionaires, they missed the boat by backing Cuomo, and now they're on the rebound, and they're backing Eric Adams, who's last in the polls as sitting mayor.
Okay, let's talk about this. There's definitely been some infighting between Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams on who should be on the ballot, okay? Here was what Mayor Adams told me on
okay. He says, I mean, the marijuana farms are illegal too. Why not go at the states that made it legal? Wait, then, well, here's the thing. You know what? I think one, because there's Chinese money involved, and I mean, shout out, because we're actually about to start stripping the China of all the farmland that they bought here in America. So they're about to lose that, and the weed farms as well. Now, for the pot farms, you know, state legalized it, so it is what it is. But hey, I mean, if they got illegals on there too, they gotta go. They do have to go.
Tuesday on Mornings with Maria. Watch this. I want to ask you this. There are some, obviously it's, you've got Andrew Cuomo. You've said that he called you and asked you to drop out.
Right.
And your response was again?
If I were to use that term on the air, they'd probably censor us. But the bottom line is, I'm the sitting mayor, and he set up this scenario. He knew what he was doing. He knew Mondani was going to be on the ballot no matter what, on the Workers' Family lines. He knew I was going to be on the ballot. So why would he put himself on the ballot after the election? He should have won the primary. You don't spend $25 million, a 32-point poll lead, and feel you're not going to go out and campaign. That was wrong to do. He had his opportunity. Give me an opportunity. I'm going to win this race, and I'm going to continue the city moves forward. And for one reason only, I love New York.
So obviously he told Cuomo no. Has Andrew Cuomo asked you to drop out of the race?
First of all, he doesn't live in New York. He lives in Fort Lee, New Jersey. Everybody knows that about it.
And shout out to my man Foley. He says, Fox, not nice. Be quiet. Shout out. I mean, you guys.
Eric Adams. Secondly, nobody's called me. You know, Eric Adams says he gets calls from God, you know, to tell him he should continue on in the campaign. I am in this race till November 4th. I am the designated Republican candidate. The time to have dropped out of the race would have been 2 weeks ago. Now you get matching funds. You'd have to give it all back. You're still on the line. This makes no sense. And when Eric Adams was responding to you, he was in the middle of a schoolyard fight with Andrew Cuomo. We're in the Hamptons with the rich and the privileged who have no impact on this race. Where was Curtis Sliwa? In Coney Island with the blue-collar working class people.
I mean, Fox, he said, he's like, I know, guys, but why pick and choose the laws? He should just make it legal then. I mean, well, here's the thing. Like some of these, bro, it's almost like the whole abortion thing. Like some of these states are highly Christian. They don't want none of that. Nothing to do with no type of marijuana or anything in their state like that. So I just respect those state boundaries. And if you're a weed smoker in those states, I mean, you're taking a risk, buddy. You're taking a risk. Just like if you want to get an abortion in a state that got an abortion ban, like you're taking a risk.
That's where this election will be won.
Zohran Mamdani has picked up this momentum and again defeated very handily Andrew Cuomo because of the issue of affordability. If you look at data from Realtor.com, the median asking rent in New York City up 5.6% right now over last year, $3,397. Landlords and real estate executives are saying, look, they're going to have to flee. They can't afford to stay. They can't afford to see this rent freeze that Mamdani is pitching. Okay. And to be clear here, the rent stabilized market that's 2.4 million New York City residents that have rent stabilized. So they're thinking, great, you're going to leave me alone. But the critics and many real estate professionals saying that Mamdani is targeting the wrong people because if you put in rent freezes, those buildings are going to fall apart because those landlords, especially the smaller ones, aren't going to be able to afford the.
He's like, shout out Daniel Castro. He's like, Americans ain't doing that work, bro. Farm help is great money. They made more than me. I made $9 starting pay in 1998. OT pays also just hard work. I mean, shoot, people do that now, though. I mean, people work hard now. I mean, there's people still digging ditches for money. So I could see Americans doing that. I know Americans that are digging ditches for money is crazy. I'm surprised that company's still around, but trust me, people are already working out in the blistering heat already. So if you're telling me that it's great pay on a farm, why not go work on a farm then? Hey, you might get some fruits and vegetables at the end of it. You know, benefits, work benefits.
Upkeep. You're going to see even worse conditions for these. So he's actually pitching something that would harm those rent stabilized renters. I hope that makes sense, but that's what's the underlying story.
Zohran, nobody would have known who Zohran Mamdani was until Eric Adams failed as the sitting mayor, who, by the way, kept raising property taxes all the way. You had your greatest flight of wealth in the last 2 years. You had $21 billion of capital with 125,000 wealthy men and women flee to Florida. We can't blame Zohran for that. That started with Eric Adams. So this is a continuation. This is what Democrats do. They raise fees, fines, taxes. I'll cut the property taxes, especially for the small land.
And shout out to my man Monty. Well, and Fox Chase, because both of y'all done dropped the baller alert. All right, Monty says, he's like, let me in. Because I was just about to ask. I'm like, hold on now, bro. I don't even know what you're disagreeing with, but you know what? You're about to explain it to me. Because apparently I was wrong. I'm wrong on something. But why not? Why not?
Lord. For seniors, if you make less than $100,000, you'll pay no property taxes. We have to give relief so that people will stay and not flee. Now, I grant it. If Zoran Mandani becomes the mayor, Kurt Russell will have to come out of retirement and do the sequel of Escape from New York Part 2.
But, he's also proposing to raise. Well, first off, let me back up.
But okay.
Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman today was asked about Mamdani. I mean, this is the talk of the Democrats, and this is a national story to declare what's happening in New York, and that is why you were here on a national network. But he said he's not a Democrat, and he said for the Republicans, Zohran Mamdani is like Christmas in July because of these extreme progressive policies. I want to throw that out there. But he also is saying, I'm going to raise.
All right, call-in link posted, Monty, and anybody else who's a member or supported at least $1 to the stream, you can go ahead and get in the call-in link as well. But all right, Monty, it's all open for you.
The corporate taxes to 11.5%. Businesses are going to flee the city. They've already. That's why you've got this amount of money. So, and you say what to that? Would you raise taxes on businesses in New York City? Do you want the millionaires, the billionaires to stay in New York City? Don't they fund services?
Of course, I'd like them to stay, but they already have one foot out the door. They've moved half their business to either Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee. They're hedging their bets. I'm more concerned about the small landlords, the mid-sized landlords, the small mom and pop shops. We walk outside of the Fox News channel here on 6th Avenue, the gateway to the world. Look at all the small stores that have brown paper on their windows that are closing each and every day.
I know.
We lock up toothpaste in New York City under Eric Adams and not criminals.
But
I mean, shoot, we do the same thing in Ohio, buddy. I ain't even gonna lie. Well, in the inner cities mostly. All right, what's good, Monty?
All right, so y'all are. Fox Chase brought up the weed thing.
Yeah,
and y'all are speculating and speculating. There is actual law that dictates this. If the federal government wanted to go after weed farms, it can't. Because as long as it doesn't violate interstate commerce, it is well within the state's right to make something legal. The federal government can't just unilaterally decide, oh, I'm going to go and enforce a law where I have no jurisdiction.
Yeah, because one of the main things that the FBI marks, one of their main check marks for going after you is you interrupting interstate commerce, or just, I believe, commerce in general.
Not even interrupting interstate commerce. If you conduct a federal offense over state lines, that's interstate commerce, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So if any part of your business crosses state lines, then
Then the FBI is liable to come after you.
So the FBI, the State Department, it's nothing to do with, whether or not the federal government wants to do it. I'm sure they absolutely want to go after it. Even medical shops are not legal. They're all illegal. Weed is a Schedule I, which means it has no medical use, as the state or as the federal law goes. So it's not a case of Trump not being able to enforce the law, or not wanting to go enforce the law and not wanting to make it legal. It has nothing to do with that. The states in which you can catch a federal offense for having weed are the states that have not made it legal and that cooperate with the federal government and say, hey, we want you to prosecute this. We'll give you the jurisdiction to come into our area and enforce these. Once the state says no, they can't come into it. That's the same way that Texas was able to make their Made in Texas suppressor bill. They used the same precedent for weed, because a suppressor is a NFA regulated item and cannot be, as long as it's made in Texas and it stays in Texas, it cannot be regulated by the federal government.
All right.
So the whole, getting around it and, Trump's going to start enforcing the law. Yeah, he can't. It's not a law that he can enforce in that jurisdiction.
Yeah, depending on the state, of course. But I mean, like I said, if there's somebody in that state is getting crazy and they start moving high volumes of marijuana across to different states from that state, then yeah, that's where the feds get involved.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, those operations get broken down all the time. But that's why weed farms deal exclusively in cash, because they can't put it into a bank because a bank automatically crosses the state lines.
Man, really? Not even like local banks?
Yeah, they can't put it in so they have to. So the way in which you go after these things, if you want to go after them, if that's really what you're gonna go after, you have to go after the money laundering, because the only way in which they can use that money outside of California legally is to launder it.
Okay. I get what you're saying. All right,
And
then. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
right,
I was just
breaking that down. Okay. Now I get why you were upset. Why you were kind of like, bro, what you saying?
Yeah. None of that minutia matters. It cannot be done. That's why sanctuary states are. Everybody's like, oh, why doesn't Trump just go arrest the governor for not following the federal law? Because the governor doesn't have to follow federal law. Or sorry, the government doesn't. The governor of a state does not have to enforce federal law. That's up to the government or the federal government to enforce federal law. They don't have the jurisdiction.
All right.
You can deputize local governments to enforce it, like they did in Florida and like they did in Texas, but you cannot force them to enforce your law, which sucks.
And all right, now Fox Chase, if you disagree with that, I mean, you can always come on, or you can always type your response in the chat, big dog. All right, now let's get on to this video, and then next we're gonna go ahead and get on to this an Epstein debate.
Will say, and I talked about with the mayor on Tuesday, I mean, crime is down. I mean, if you look at the the statistics here today, I'm glad I'm entertained.
Wait a second. I'm in all 350 neighborhoods. No other candidate is there. I ride the subways every day. Find me a New Yorker who says they're safer. Are you kidding? Their number one concern is crime and the subways, and they can't go out at night. Of course, Eric Adams is.
That bro really did laugh. He's like, bro, really now? Yeah, what's up?
For the record, I am wholly in support of the way the structure works, because that enforces states' rights. Almost it's impossible to get around that firewall.
Oh, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, like I absolutely, even though you get things like sanctuary cities and whatever your beliefs are on weed, if you dislike weed, and it's in your state, then those suck. But it also gives opportunity for Texas to say things like, "Oh, well, we're gonna support the Constitution and do things this way."
All right, I get your point on that one.
It's like freedom of speech. You have to stand up for the shit you hate even harder than the shit you like.
I get what you're saying. All right, man.
Going to say that. He says it's a perception. It's all in our mind. Well, if you walk around with 10 NYPD armed police officers everywhere, you're going to be safe and secure. I don't have any security. And I'm the only guy who's been targeted for an attack, shot by the mob in 1992. And then here's Zoran Mandami saying everybody should have social workers, no cops. And yet, who travels with them now? Off-duty armed NYPD police officers with guns. They're all sanctimonious hypocrites. It's do as I say, but not as I do.
Okay, we'll say though, the stats do show that murders and felonies are down in the city. I just want to say that. But let's talk about something else here, because if you look at overall, let's talk about crime.
Yes.
The guardian angels, in particular, during the pandemic, you really reemerged on the scene, and that's when you ran again for mayor, because New Yorkers didn't feel safe, were not safe. In particular, you mentioned the subways. Here's the thing: if Zoran Mandani says defund the police, you're the anti-defund the police. Would you fund the police more? Would
Oh,
you?
of course.
Do you have? Do you
Why
feel
is
that
this
you have
man-
support
whoa.
from NYPD? Do you feel that you have support
Absolutely.
from that voting bloc?
The men and women of the department. I would hire 7,000 more police officers. Now you say hi. How? Jimmy Dolan, Madison Square Garden, pays no corporate property tax. Why? Because of his friends, the Democrats. As you know, friend of Andrew Cuomo, friend of Eric Adams. He doesn't pay his fair share. And then you have Columbia and NYU buy a private property that has nothing to do with teaching or housing of students. They're in the real estate business. Hey, Columbia, NYU, $400 million apiece. We can hire 7,000 badly needed cops that we got to get out into the streets.
Why is recruitment down for NYPD right now?
Because
They're still struggling.
qualified immunity, which is the insurance that all civil servants had, was stripped from them by Cuomo, Adams, the city council, and the state legislature. Yet they're all protected by qualified immunity.
Curtis,
well,
I gotta pick my words very carefully because I also benefit from qualified immunity. Qualified immunity was designed to protect people that are acting in good faith, not corrupt people. So things like the Good Samaritan law is an example of qualified immunity for people that are not first responders. But I am protected. say I do, I'm treating a patient and they die, and
or
I did everything.
CPR, and you actually break a rib.
Right, exactly. Things like that. Something that someone in my shoes with my training would reasonably do. I cannot be attacked. Now, there have been cases recently of healthcare workers going to jail for making mistakes. I think that that's completely and wholly ridiculous because the point of qualified immunity is, like, one of the points is if you make a mistake and it has a negative outcome and you report it, you tell on yourself, it's encouraged to do that so that we can try to fix the mistake quicker. And there's things in place to protect you from that. So qualified immunity going away, while I see the argument every single day, like I'm a big hater of corrupt cops, and I think, it's one of those things, like I have to support it in one breath, and in another breath it's like, this fucking sucks.
All right, but Monty, great breakdown on that one. But and shout out for and you're speaking from experience, so that's even better.
Well, I'm joined on the panel by Natalie Winters, the White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's War Room, commentator and YouTube host Brian Tyler Cohen, streamer and political commentator Destiny, and Ben Ferguson, the co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz. Well, let me start with you, Ben, given that you work with Senator Cruz a lot. It was great to have him make his uncensored debut. And obviously we focused mainly on floods. But what he said at the end there was really interesting, I felt, about the Epstein files, because this is raging away. The administration having got everybody very excited.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, "Set acts AI if the states are still illegally, federally, or growing Mary Jane." Yeah, if they're still legally, federally for growing Mary Jane, why not?
So it's everything that has to do with the federal law on marijuana possession in an isolated area, like not leaving that area, falls squarely on the state, and it's up to the state to enforce laws within their borders.
Well, but I still gotta do them the favor though. So hold on, real quick. Okay, chat.
Hey there. How's it going? What's on your mind today?
It's all good. All right, so I want to know, is a state still illegally, federally for growing marijuana?
Yeah, it's kind of a complex situation. Federally, marijuana is still illegal in the US, but a lot of states have legalized it for either medical or recreational use. So it's legal at the state level in a lot of places, but still illegal at the federal level. It's a bit of a patchwork of laws.
Okay, and it's still like illegal at the federal level for growing it as well.
Yeah, exactly. So even if a state has legalized growing it, it's still technically illegal at the federal level. The federal government doesn't usually go after individuals who are following their state laws, but technically it's still not allowed under federal law. So it creates kind of an interesting legal gray area.
Here's the thing, Set. The reason it's called a gray area is because without the threat of enforcement, a law is not valid. So if you can't enforce a law or you have no mechanism to enforce a law, it's no longer valid. It might be on the books, but for all intents and purposes, that law is moot.
All right.
I had one of the administration on uncensored. Alina had. Well, let's remind people what she told me literally like 2-3 months ago.
It is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
Now, Ben, that clip has had millions and millions of views this week, understandably, because there's a massive disconnect between what she told me there and what Pam Bondi was saying and what others were saying and what's actually materialized in the last 48 hours. Senator Cruz there very firmly that he wants everything put out and he wants criminal action taken against those who broke the law. What's your view?
Couldn't agree more. Look, I think there's transparency the American people deserve. But not just the American people, most importantly, the victims. They deserve to not have this be covered up in any capacity or for people to just stop looking. I don't know if there's certain information that has disappeared or wasn't there that they thought was there. But at the end of the day, all that we do have needs to be put out there in a responsible way. You have to protect the victims. That is something that's extremely important. And so it's got to be done in an orderly way. But there are too many people that have talked about this on the record saying that there's a lot of stuff out there to then all of a sudden say, all right, well, maybe we don't have it. Maybe it's not there. Whatever the story is, give it to everyone the same way and make sure you protect those victims. But they deserve justice. And I don't think this is going to be the end of the story. I think there's far too many people that are asking the questions that you just mentioned, that the senator mentioned, that I'm mentioning. And this should be nonpartisan. This should be non-political. You have children that apparently were sex trafficked and abused in horrific ways. That has nothing to do with politics. It should come out whether the people that were the perpetrators of this were liberal or conservative or agnostic. It doesn't matter. You need to protect the victims, and we need to make sure things like this never, ever, ever, ever happen again.
Right. Brian Tyler Cohen, I mean, I do think it's a nonpartisan issue. Obviously, nothing is these days, but I do think that it is completely baffling to me.
So I wanna address Fox Chase because I feel like he's getting a little frustrated. The caveat with illegal immigration, how it's it's a federal law, and say someone stays in the state of California like forever, right, and never moves. Yeah. They already violated interstate commerce and gave the feds jurisdiction to enforce that law in the state without the state as soon as they crossed California's border, right? So they crossed the American border. They crossed a border. Doesn't matter if it's from a country into a state. That violated interstate or that brought in the mechanism to enforce it through interstate commerce.
Pretty much.
Just as a journalist, that you have this extraordinary scandal that rages away for many years. The main perpetrator dies in prison and is believed to have taken his own life. But the only person that's actually been made criminally accountable and is now languishing in prison is Ghislaine Maxwell, his kind of madame figure, who's a woman. So none of the other men who are widely believed to have been involved in this, none of them have been made accountable. What's your view of this?
Yeah, I mean, my view is that this is a con job by this administration. All of these people, Kash Patel, Alina Habba, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump, all of them came forward and said that this was a priority for them because they were stringing their supporters along. And then the moment they get into power, here we are in a situation where the whole thing is just closed and we have no further information on this. And yet, look, I think it would be fools to be surprised. I mean, this is a guy at Jeffrey Epstein who Trump himself palled around with for years. This is a guy who Epstein himself called his closest friend.
Kicked him out of his club.
This is a guy who Jeffrey Epstein said was his closest friend for 10 years. This is a guy who Donald Trump appointed as a Secretary of Labor, Alex Acosta, who handed him a sweetheart deal, a non-prosecution agreement where he was out of prison 6 out of 7 days a week. So, look, Trump can say what he wants on the campaign trail in the lead up when he needs to get everybody's votes and pander to the base. But at the end of the day, he's the guy in charge. And suddenly the about face from everybody in his administration, the buck falls to one person. It's not Alina Habba or Carolyn Levitt or Dan Bongino or Kash Patel. It's Trump himself.
Right. I mean,
all right, that's wild. I mean, you could put it on. Really, it actually do fall on Kash Patel and Don Bongino and Pam Bondi. It falls on them because they're the one who hold all the evidence, not Donald Trump. So it's actually pretty crazy to even try to say, "Oh no, everything needs to be put on Trump," even though he has no hands on the investigation, none at all. Like, wait, am I tripping here, Monty? Because that is crazy. He just tried to drag him into it.
Play that out. The interesting thing in terms of the timeline here is that when Elon Musk fell out pretty spectacularly and suddenly with Donald Trump, one of the things he posted on his X platform was, bombshell. The biggest bombshell is that Trump's in the Epstein files, right? And that was only a few weeks ago. And since then, there seems to have been a concerted effort for this story to just go away. Now, these two things may be completely unconnected. There may be nothing more to it other than Trump obviously was seen around Epstein. They clearly were very friendly for a while. I think he used his plane several times. I don't think that's in dispute. But there does seem to be a weird timeline here of Elon Musk saying that publicly and everything getting shut down a few weeks later. Am I reading too much into this?
Well, look, I think this is very quickly approaching. I mean, we've already passed debacle territory, but just outright grift. And that's probably not something that you would expect me to say, but this is just absolutely reprehensible. I think if you look at what really the MAGA base, the people who elected President Trump, what their sort of concerns have been these past few months is that the administration is not moving fast enough, right? They're not content with the press releases and the tweets. They want to see prison sentences and actual accountability for people that they believe committed crimes. Now we've hit the point where we're not even getting the press releases or the strong.
That's not how it works. Just because you believe someone's on the list or just because you believe someone committed a crime, we don't have mob rule in this country. You don't just get to throw people in jail.
Monty, you're breaking their hearts, man. They just want to be able to say jump in jail with no consequence. Actually, no, they want to be able to just blame this on Trump without with everybody just going along with it. Like, you're breaking their hearts, Monty.
I don't really give a fuck. Like, this country has laws, and those laws have to be followed. Other than that, go after it. Use every means that the FBI that we fucking pay taxes for to go after it. I don't care how much you investigate, as long as you do it legally. I don't care what it takes to investigate to bring these people down. But if you don't have the evidence, well, maybe you need to get better at collecting evidence. Like, you're supposed to be the premier law enforcement agency in the world, and if the Democrats can dupe you, then I guess they were just too smart for you. So you don't just get to say, "Oh, I have a good strong suspicion that my neighbor's on that Epstein list. I don't understand why he hasn't thrown him in jail fast enough." Well, I mean, get over yourself. You're not we don't contrary to what people think, this is not a dictatorship.
I mean, man, that's facts. But hey, anything to throw Trump's name in there. And I do say, like, look, there's a whole Department of Justice for a reason. Federal Bureau of Investigation for a reason. They're supposed to handle this stuff. If anybody done dropped the ball, it's them. And they are making Trump look bad, I will admit. But they definitely did drop the ball on this. Like, we're not even gonna hide that. Like, we're not even trying to even scapegoat that fact.
Here's the thing, Set. If they got rid of the evidence and evidence tampered, now you have to go and prove that they deleted evidence. Now you have to go prove, that they're evidence tampering. And maybe that's why they want this to go away, so that the people that did the bad things can get caught, so that we can start tracing it back and working backwards. I mean, it might take 4 fucking years to do it, but the FBI does also need to operate with a certain amount of the bad guys don't know that they're being investigated, because that's the best way to investigate them. So like, we voted for this. I'm talking to the people that actually voted for this. We voted for this. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Breathe. If it comes out that Pam Bondi's a plant and she's worthless and everything else, it'll get exposed. But you cannot just go based blindly off of emotion, saying, this feels wrong.
Everybody done turned their back on Pam Bondi. I think even Megyn Kelly done came out and said something like, "Oh yeah, Pam Bondi's not all that. She didn't have one of the what was it? I think it was on the White House reporters that Pam Bondi gave the binders to." They try to call Pam Bondi a pick me for Donald Trump. I was like, damn. And this is coming from the right. Not the left, but the right.
Because the right, the left likes to band together. When there's a controversy, the right will just tear itself apart. And that's why the right loses when the right loses. That's why when there's a president in power, the midterms usually go bad. It's because the right...
Gates would have been better. Oh, my bad. But somebody say, well, Gates would have been better. Yes. Matt Gates would have been better. Like, where's Gates when you need him?
Worded letters. We're getting weird, undated, unnamed memos being released over holiday weekends to legacy media outlets trying to bury it in Axios instead of working with all the new media outlets that the White House, pumped and talked so openly and heavily about being in and around the White House. I mean, this is a bedrock issue. I know, I agree, it's nonpartisan, it's non-political to want to get justice for the victims, but I also think that this is something that is both hyper-partisan and hyper-political, because what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, whether it's a foreign intel operation or domestic aside or joint operation.
And shout out to Fox Chase that all the evidence they have for Maxwell is locked up because she's appealing. So it's not accessible yet because she has her own client list as well in a black book that she has. And we can't get access to that because she's appealing. They'll keep looking it over and she fails. So she appeals again. So this might just be a strategy to hold up Maxwell's, case. And she has all the money in the world for this. She has all the connections to throw all the money into this. Yeah.
So I caution you against saying that, because any evidence that's going to be submitted into a appeal had to have already been released in the trial itself. Like, you can't just insert new evidence into an appeal. Something has to have gone wrong.
But if the case is continuing, then I believe they were saying
the case can't continue. So once the conviction's been laid down, that's a final finding of guilt and a final finding of fact. You cannot include more fact in later.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not including any more facts. They're just saying that the evidence cannot be released because it's still being looked over during the case because it's being appealed.
Yeah, right.
Like, there's
so
no new facts.
But look at the charges she was convicted of. She was convicted.
It doesn't mean she can't appeal it.
No. I'm not saying that she can't appeal it. What I'm saying is, if she had this vast client list, you guys are reaching. If she had this vast client list, she would have vast amounts of charges, not 5.
Now, let's be real. Client list or a black book, you can't. I'm gonna be real with you. It's not really a circumstantial evidence enough to just plant hundreds of human trafficking on her. Like, let's be real, especially if they can, you know, put a body to it, put some transactions to it. If it's just a book,
Then
now
here's the thing, Seth. If it's not relevant
in
to the
that case,
charges, if it's no, if it's not relevant to the charges that she's being charged with, it's not relevant evidence, and it isn't in the case anyway.
now isn't there? But now, come on, now, isn't there unrelevant evidence that's been stricken from a case? Relevant evidence that's been stricken from a case before, like
Right.
there has
So
been that, and they can still keep it around.
So if it's been stricken from the record, it's not being quote unquote tied up.
But if the case is still going on, then I don't believe that you can
No.
release those evidence.
If it's been stricken from the record, it's no longer a part of the case, so it won't be tied up. That's not how it works. Like if I strike evidence, it's back now out in the public domain. It's not. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Like it's not like this. All the evidence is just secretly tucked away in this case, and as soon as it goes to appeals, which it already has, and they refuse to take it up on appeal.
All right, well let's hold on. No, let's ask Chad and let me see what they say then. I got you on that. Hey, Chad, in the Maxwell case, Glendale Maxwell case, is it possible to withhold evidence during appeals?
In general, during the appeals process, all evidence that was part of the original trial should be available and can be reviewed. If there's any claim that evidence was withheld during the original trial, that can become part of the appeal. But typically, you're not supposed to introduce brand new evidence during the appeals process. It's more about reviewing what happened in the original trial and making sure everything was fair and above board.
All right, so can the original evidence be hidden from public review?
In some cases, certain evidence might be sealed or withheld from public view for various reasons, like protecting the privacy of victims or national security concerns, things like that. But usually the court records are made available to the public unless there's a specific order to keep them confidential. So it can depend on the circumstances of the case.
Now, was there any examples of that in Maxwell's case?
Yeah, in Ghislaine Maxwell's case, there were definitely some examples of evidence being sealed or kept from public view. This was mainly to protect the privacy of the victims and other individuals who weren't directly involved in the case. So while the court had access to everything, the public didn't get to see all the details, especially sensitive information like flight logs or certain financial records.
And this evidence is still sealed to this day, or has it been unsealed?
It's never going to be unsealed. It's to protect victims.
Some of the evidence from Ghislaine Maxwell's case has been unsealed over time, including certain court documents and depositions, but a lot of material is still sealed to protect the privacy of the victims and other sensitive information. So it's kind of a mix of both.
All right, then.
Now ask her if there's any, if evidence does not relate directly to the charges, if it's even included in the court record.
All right, okay. Hey, chat. Now, if evidence is not directly related to the case, can it be sealed in court records?
Yeah, definitely. If evidence isn't directly relevant to the case, especially if it involves sensitive information or could violate someone's privacy, it can definitely be sealed by the court. Judges often do that to make sure that only the relevant information is made public and that people's privacy is respected.
So, so that if there was a black book or a client list, it would be hidden?
Yeah, something like that would likely be kept confidential, especially if it involves private information about individuals. Courts tend to protect that kind of sensitive data. So if there was something like a client list, it would probably be sealed to protect the privacy of those people.
All right. I mean,
now why is it sealed? Is it because they're hiding something, or is it because it's not relevant to the case?
I think it's remember because of the names, like putting people's information out there. Client list can involve, routing numbers, all that good stuff. Like pretty much saying the circumstantial evidence that we need, since it wasn't relevant to that case, Like it could still be sealed just because of there's people's names on there, maybe records. I mean, emails,
right? Because
all that good stuff.
it hasn't been adjudicated as relevant, i.e., it's not the client list that everybody's hoping it is. Oh yeah, all these people, right? That it's not. They didn't factor it into the case, so it's not relevant.
Now, if it's a client list and they didn't, I mean, we're talking about 5 counts of trafficking, right? So let's say that client list had nothing to do with those 5 counts of trafficking, then it could be sealed, but they wouldn't include it.
Right. So if there's a client, if there is proof that that these clients are sex trafficking clients, then it's absolutely relevant, and it would have included more charges, and they would have went to go prove that if there was the evidence to do it.
All right, I hear that point. I give you that one. All right.
Has direct ramifications and probably the policies that we've seen being rolled out, whether through blackmail indirectly or directly through a lot of the political leaders in this nation. I would just say, as someone who has been on shows, co-hosted with a lot of the people, the clips that we've played of people who have called out Jeffrey Epstein for years and made millions of dollars off.
And shout out to Fox Chasers, never fear, not one pedo was taken off the streets from Epstein's arrest. Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Off of it,
except for Epstein and Maxwell.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Did anybody? No, I think it was just Maxwell. The only person that went down for any of this stuff is Maxwell
and Epstein.
Well, you know, facing jail time. Epstein got the easy way out. But yeah, you're right.
I mean, it is a complete grift, and you have now, in their words, probably become the deep state. If you're going to run cover for this and you think that the MAGA audience is dumb enough to not, I don't know, be able to go back 2 months and see the comments you were making on Fox News, we need to get this right. I don't even know if I have faith in Pam Bondi anymore, but this is a really, really concerning moment for MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, it is fascinating to see how a lot of the most diehard Trump supporters in the kind of podcast, YouTube influencer world, they've turned pretty vengefully against him and the administration over this. What do you make of it?
So here's the reality. The reality is, I keep hearing people like Joe Rogan saying the conspiracy theorists ended up being right about everything. They weren't. They were wrong about basically every single thing. There was no massive election fraud. There were no mass deaths from the COVID vaccine. There is no evidence that it was manufactured in a laboratory. There is no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was.
Don't do it, Monty. He's kind of hitting a low spot right now because he know we can't low-key refute that. He's speaking on the CDC guidelines, and if we say anything against that, it's kind of like a low blow. It's
No. I'm not talking about the CDC guidelines. There is evidence, strong evidence, that the vaccine was leaked from a lab, not from a bat.
Good point. Okay, no, that's true. But
like actual peer-reviewed evidence.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And trust me, there's proof on other things that he's saying or he's denouncing. But he is hitting a low spot by pretty much saying.
But no one can refute it because you'll be censored. Yeah,
exactly. It's like, all right, bro, that's like a low blow right there. But okay,
murdered by somebody. The reality is every single thing I said is true, and I will debate you on any platform.
On any platform. All right, at least he said any platform because you can't have that debate on YouTube, but maybe Rumble or something. He'll let you have that one, and I'm pretty sure he'd get cooked on that.
Virology you're saying wasn't true. That's where you
idea what you have no idea.
Well, hang on, Destiny, hang on. Destiny, hang on.
That's just stupid.
Hang on, Destiny.
Let me finish my point. Excuse me. Let me finish my point. The problem is that the problem is that you guys spent so much time spreading these conspiracies that when you finally wound up, sir, I don't even know if you know what. Do you even believe that viruses and germs are real? I'm not actually sure. Please stop.
I do.
Oh my God. The ad hominem.
What's up?
He doesn't fucking know the first thing about virology, and he's sitting here trying to talk like he's an expert in it. Like there are leading virologists that said, "No, this is human made. This has human markers and genetic enhancements on it. Like it came from a freaking lab."
Wasn't that the whole mRNA part? Like,
no, the mRNA part was the vaccine, the mechanism in which vaccines are working. Are supposed to work, but the spike, I forgot what it was, but there's something about the spike protein on the actual cell or the virus itself, that has signatures of being human made or manipulated by a lab.
All right then. And okay, well, and there's pretty much proof of this. See, when it comes to the whole COVID thing, okay, now election fraud. Now it all depends if you're willing to entertain certain documentaries or certain evidence has been brought forward. But I would say time will tell. Just like the whole Russiagate, time will tell, because those two guys who made it up is finally being brought under investigation.
Yeah,
So,
I'd say just go back. I mean, anybody can go back and watch Rogan and listen to the quote unquote conspiracy theories that he posed 6 months before. It was like, oh yeah, Russiagate, was a complete hoax, and everything about it was a lie manufactured by the Democratic Party, worse than Watergate. Watergate.
But where are the charges, Monty? There are no charges. What do you mean? Okay. Hey, liberals.
Well, no, there is charges. People that posed that information illegally and lied under oath are in jail for that. They're already in jail for it. It's just not, Hillary Clinton herself didn't go. You don't need a giant. You don't need communication when there's a network-wide conspiracy to actually subdue. Like, everybody's on the same page over there. Like, Hillary Clinton doesn't need to say, "Oh, I need you to go spy on Trump's campaign, and this is how I want you to do it." Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh no, and people in the chat though. Why?
Conservatives spent all this time.
You would understand
Conservatives spent all. Well, if you want to bring me on your show, we'll talk about it anytime, anywhere. Okay. Conservatives spent all
I
this
don't insult
time.
my audience with stupid
Well,
comments.
hang on. Let me jump in. Let me just jump in on this point.
Excuse me. Can I wait? Hold on. Wait.
Destiny. Destiny.
Let me wait.
Well, you made a series of statements there about.
And I'm almost done with one sentence.
All right.
Conservatives spent all this time with all these conspiracies, and then as soon as they got into office and they no longer had a deep state to blame, all of a sudden there was no election fraud evidence. There was no evidence about
bullshit. He's still to this day.
With
what's up?
Bullshit. Trump still to this day maintains that there's nothing about it that he's conceded. He just can't say it out loud for the same reasons we can't talk about, a certain virus.
Yeah.
Like it's so, like, you're gonna censor your opposition and then just make wild claims and then get mad when anybody decides that they're going to call you on it. Like, you're wrong. You're wrong about every aspect of it. Joe Rogan was right about a lot of aspects of what he just said. There is proof. I mean, I don't know if you stayed up all night and watched all the election results like I did, but I definitely watched, the count in Michigan go down for Trump by 40,000 votes. Suddenly, now it's 40,000 less. I guess we counted wrong.
Bro, there are literally people who are being used as mules who are on camera admitting it. Like, yeah, the people were paying me to stuff ballot boxes.
Not to mention, ballot boxes being lit on fire. Not to mention, signature matching not working and ballot harvesting being a thing. It's absolutely, poll watchers and independent news media being kicked out of polls while people that were wearing Biden masks were counting the votes. Like, it absolutely reeks of fraud. But you won't let anybody investigate it. You'll injunct and put TRO after TRO after TRO on any effort, and then censor any effort to investigate it. So, great. I guess you get to claim that there's no evidence because you control the evidence.
I mean, damn, man. Okay. I mean, way to cook, because
let him cook.
But all right, shut up.
With Ukraine or Russia, there was no evidence of Epstein being murdered, and that's what's happened.
Okay.
They are now the deep state. They have every part of the government under control, and they have no evidence for any of their claims.
Here's the problem.
So that's it.
Here's the problem. You've made a series of statements there, alleging that all these things are pure conspiracy theories, and there's no evidence for it. And yet, it is widely now accepted that actually it is more likely than not that the coronavirus, COVID-19, was started in that lab. That is now widely accepted. That's not a conspiracy theory.
It's not. It is. That is a conspiracy.
It began as a conspiracy theory.
I promise you, there is no scientific evidence. There is no compelling intelligence community evidence that is the case.
So you think,
wow.
to be clear,
away all the samples.
hang on. You'll say, let me have mine. Let me finish my sentence. No, here's the thing, Destiny. You think it's literally a conspiracy theory that COVID-19, which was originally...
And shout out to my man Green Bean. He says 100% correct. Everyone counting the votes was Democrat. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It definitely did reek of fraud, and I just stopped saying it. Only reason why I stopped leaning in on it so much is just because, well, one, they'll just call you a sore loser, and they'll just pretty much deny. And I'm just like, you know what? It's going to come out eventually. Like, the proof is going to come out eventually, and then when it does, they'll probably still deny it. But hey, at least we'll know.
Why are you concerned about old news? Well, motherfucker, because it changed the course of this country. That's why I'm concerned about old news. That's why I'm not going to let something go. I sat there and watched with my own eyes as numbers just didn't make sense. How, states are called with 0% of the vote in. How, somehow California knows that they elected Kamala Harris as the president, but it takes 3 weeks to figure out what state seats that were historically red suddenly turn blue. Like, it's like playing a game of cards, but you're not allowed to see the dealer shuffle the deck, and they do it under the table, and you're not allowed to see the dealer deal out the cards. You just end up with the cards in your hand.
Oh, damn. It's like internet gambling.
Started in a wet market 1 mile from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where it later transpired they were testing new coronaviruses. You think it is more likely it started with a bat in the wet market next door than it started in the lab where they're literally testing new coronaviruses? You think that's a mad conspiracy? Because I would say the mad conspiracy is that it's the bat a mile away.
I'm gonna go with the wet market that was 30 minutes away in a densely populated city where all of the first cases started.
It's less than a mile away.
Came from there.
Sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party. I'm just curious.
30 minutes away.
You're gonna believe the
Chinese
CCP.
Communist Party, sir. You are an absolute idiot. I can't believe you
are
say
they
that.
like? Is it like when you do your show? Like just to be clear,
just to be clear, that it's funny that you say it's funny that you say Communist Party, right? Just to be clear, the residents of Kerr County for the floods that we were just discussing rejected utilizing ARPA funds for years to put up. It's so funny. Ted Cruz talked about an emergency siren system. They didn't want to use money from the Biden administration because of all of these crazy conspiracies that you guys spread about things like COVID, because they thought if they accepted the money, the transcripts are public. The transcripts are public, sir. I'm sorry, hold on. Are you telling me?
I'm sorry, people don't trust their government because the government lies to them over and over and over again on both sides for as long as I've been alive. Yeah, I wouldn't trust the government either, especially if I had a not so friendly party in power.
Yeah, especially with, like, come on now, especially when they're trying to give you half-ass proof, or here, just take it and take it or leave it. Yeah, Destiny gotta miss us with that. And here's the thing: they're only doing this just because it makes Trump look bad. They're not even trying to be honest about how disingenuous this stuff is. It's like, let's be real. Libs should be on our side with this. It's like, yeah, MAGA, we with you. It's like, you're right.
Meanwhile, elections are so safe, and we should never question them. Meanwhile, the state of New York, the left is bitching about a tiny district in the state of New York.
Bro, they were trying to say that Trump rigged the election. Like,
right.
Come on now.
Right.
Like, y'all guys got to give it up at a certain point. Like,
then they get mad because Elon's holding lotteries to register to vote, and meanwhile they're bussing in from fucking everywhere in the county to go vote and doing all this shit. But Trump, Elon randomly picked somebody to that registered to vote, not that voted for Trump, that registered to vote, and somehow that's a problem. Get over yourself.
For real.
Moving
are you telling
from
me
Wuhan,
they didn't say that?
We're kicking your ass, and you made up something to try to go back and use kids that have died in a tragedy to cover the fact that you cannot defend your Wuhan point of view because it's made out of Chinese communist propaganda. I think everyone watching can see that now. And I think you realize you stepped in it and you said something that wasn't true. And everyone that has a brain on this panel is calling you out for it because it was such a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry that happened to you, but you don't use kids dying in a flood
you know what?
to try to cover for your dumbass comment.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I want to bring the others in. I want to bring the others in too.
Anywhere,
hang on. Don't all shadow once.
So everybody can see who's running from it, okay?
Don't all shadow once. Let me bring Brian back in here. See, this is the interesting thing, I think, Brian. I read what Joe Rogan put out about conspiracy theories. He was really saying, what he was saying was, don't just dismiss them all out of hand, was his real theme about this. Because a lot of things that are alleged to be conspiracy theories, and the COVID lab one is a classic example where that began as being something that could get people cancelled if they even dared suggest it, and is now, the US CIA believes that a research-related origin in Wuhan in the lab is more likely than the theory it came from animals. So the CIA now believe that. So it's no longer a conspiracy theory. But Brian, I think it goes to a wider point, is that take the Epstein story, right? I don't know whether he took his life or was murdered or whatever. It seems that most people who've looked at this professionally believe he took his life. But there's this weird video with the missing minute and Pam Bondi's torturous explanation for what that may be about. There's also the undeniable fact that he surrounded himself with a myriad number of famous, rich, powerful people who would have a vested interest in shutting him up. That is indisputable. There are also all these rumors flying around, which, even Alan Dershowitz thought there may be some merit to this when I interviewed him on Monday, that he may have been some kind of Israeli Mossad agent of some sort. You put all this together, and again, it's very easy to say, well, it's all a conspiracy theory, to say that he did anything other than he took his life and nobody else was involved. There's no client list. Nobody else abused these girls. It's over. I don't think that's the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy that's going on right now, it seems to me, is a conspiracy of shutting this down, of silencing debate about it, wanting to move on, and for actually nobody other than Ghislaine Maxwell to be held accountable when it is. I mean, look, take Prince Andrew, right, in my country. Prince Andrew paid Virginia Giuffre a reported $11 million, right? But claimed he never met her, right? But there's a photograph of him with his arm around her when she was 17, 18 in a London townhouse. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but you don't give $11 million to someone you've never met, right? I don't care who you are. So, again, a lot of the stuff swirling around here doesn't make a lot of sense. And I don't think it's good enough for people just to say it's all conspiracy theory. So shut up and move on. Your thoughts?
I would completely agree. And in fact, we saw yesterday when the White House was posed these questions, Trump freaked out and said, whoa, why are we still talking about this? Like, can't we talk about something? You've got Donald Trump, who has spent every waking minute of the past almost decade talking about the water pressure in his shower and toilet. That guy suddenly doesn't want to engage in a topic that he's spoken about before. We've heard him go on and on about immigrants being rapists and murderers every day. We've heard him go on and on for the better part of a decade about Hillary Clinton's crimes and the Biden crime family. This guy repeats himself like to the ends of the earth. And yet on the issue of Epstein, which by the way was an issue that his campaign predicated so much of their focus on, that they garnered so much support from their audience based on, now he doesn't want to talk about it. So yeah, I mean, I guess the expression that would come to mind is a hit dog will holler.
Well, also, again, I'll repeat, this follows just literally whatever it was 3-4 weeks ago, Elon Musk in their big public spat suddenly posting, the big bombshell is that Trump's in the Epstein file. So it might be
a move, by the way, that started a conversation about deporting Elon Musk, in case you were wondering whether there was any there. So yeah, I mean, clearly that he hit a mark by or he hit a nerve by saying stuff like that. But I mean, for this administration to try and brush it under the rug. And Natalie, I do agree with what you said about there being a lot of grifters. I mean, we've seen Dan Bongino and Kash Patel focus so much energy, so many resources, so much time on this exact issue, only for them to come out and say, oh, well, there's there's absolutely nothing here. But I would also caution, Natalie, to not put the onus, because I've been seeing this more and more on the right, to not put all of the responsibility on Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is an appendage of Donald Trump. She is not calling the shots. Nobody in this administration is calling the shots. This entire cabinet, this entire White House exists to serve Donald Trump. They exist to basically be
That's what
extensions of
cabinets
Trump
do.
himself, and no
That's
one
what they're
will ever
supposed to do.
act independently of him. And so if
no one can act independent, I mean, like, wouldn't that? Why would they be a
That's
cabinet
why
member?
that's why they're a cabinet member and not the president. The cabinet's fucking sole mandate is to execute the wishes of the president, because he can't be everywhere at once. That's why he has a cabinet to do things for him, not to do things on their own, not to do things that, they want to do, because they didn't get elected president.
All right.
accountability is really what you're looking for here, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that this is all being done in good faith, then let's not delude ourselves into thinking that Pam Bondi is the final word, or that the buck stops with her, when the buck always stops with Donald Trump.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, you can't have that argument, because it does stop with the DOJ. Like, that they're over the FBI. Like, what are you talking about? Actually, wouldn't that be considered a dictatorship if Donald Trump just had his hand in everything?
No, it wouldn't be. That's called the executive branch of the government.
But that's what they'd be saying, Monty, is like, oh, well, Donald Trump has his hand in this, that, and the third. I'm just like, bro, let's be real. Do you really think that Donald Trump was overseeing this entire case, and this is like, this falls on him?
No, just because we just had 4 years of cabinet members doing whatever the hell they want because the president was asleep at the desk doesn't mean that's how it's supposed to work, people. Trump is supposed to run his cabinet. Like,
I mean, apparently you're a dictator if you do, though.
No, you're not. Because you have control over your cabinet, like you're supposed to have over your cabinet. Yeah, your cabinet can argue with you behind closed doors and say, this might not be a good idea. But you have control over your cabinet. Like, that's how it's supposed to work. There's the reason it's called the executive branch, because they execute on plans.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that.
I'm sure that there's merit to that. Let me come to you, Natalie, because Elon Musk has also suggested that Steve Bannon, that you work with, obviously, is in the Epstein files too. What can you say about that? I mean, what's the reaction to that, first of all?
Well, I'll always let Steve speak for himself, but I can guarantee you, Steve is certainly not in the Epstein files. Perhaps Elon needs to both be deported and sued for defamation. But look, I think, in a rare moment, I probably actually agree with Brian. I think that was why the Trump administration wanted to prioritize transparency, at least in their rhetoric, right? From the first days, they wanted the American people to be able to decide on all of this. And I think that sort of compounded with what they were trying to do, right, with the new media initiative, bringing in these other voices to try to, I think, go away from just having legacy media outlets dominate certain narratives, or sort of setting the parameters for what stories are of interest to the American people. And I think when you talk about transparency, I don't know if the Chinese Communist Party, or right now the Trump administration, or whoever it may be, deep state, take your pick, is engaging in more of a cover-up when it comes to whether it's the Epstein files or the origins of COVID, respectively. I think that's a rather asinine point. But to link it all back to what you were saying, Piers, I think labeling all these things at the onset, rather, a conspiracy theory, compounding with, I think, a lot of sort of the censorship apparatus that we saw spring up under Joe Biden, you sort of get that same reaction to what people had when President Trump was sitting in his cabinet meeting and saying, why are people interested in this? Why are people looking at that? It just makes people double down. So even if you want to be pragmatic, respectfully, Destiny, saying that there's no evidence, I think you can agree that there is at least one piece of evidence that may intimate that COVID-19 developed in the Wuhan Institute of Virology under Shi Zhengli. I just think these draconian statements make people not more likely to sort of entertain the other side of the fence, but it makes people think that there actually are conspiracies going on to cover up information.
Yeah, I would agree. And Destiny, I'm going to take you off. Hang on, Destiny, I'm going to ask you a question.
She said in 2020,
Destiny, I'm going to ask you a question. So
this was under Biden? I'm pretty sure that was under Trump. So if you want to blame anybody for the censorship, it would have been Trump. I know.
Let me ask you a question, Destiny.
President there, but
Destiny, I want to ask you a question. So a woman called Kylie Jane Kramer posted on X, I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 46 minutes. around 4 a.m. That doesn't even seem natural. To which you reposted this, and you put your own words. I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban.
Wow.
On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely not. The hand wringing here. Oh my God! Stop. If you want to talk about dead children, then you should talk about the residents of Kerr County who rejected using ARPA funds to build the very siren system that Ted Cruz was over here virtue signaling about. Now that the kids are dead, last I checked, the siren system isn't bringing anybody back to life. Okay, the very same system that they could have built for the better part of the last decade. They didn't want to touch those ARPA funds because they thought that if they did, Biden would go and steal their homes, which is the exact same lie that was told in North Carolina when people were rejecting FEMA funds because they thought that if the government was giving them money for their houses, they'd steal it. If you want to talk about grotesque and ghoulish things that are
stop right there, because if you accept FEMA funding, it's not that they quote unquote steal your house. It's now that you've accepted FEMA funding, you have to get your house re-inspected, and it has to meet all current code standards. And basically, it bankrupts people that have lived in their house forever. So no, it's not that they thought their house was going to get stolen from them. It's that they thought they could never afford to live in their house again because of all the quote unquote repairs that they would have to do that they were grandfathered into before the quote unquote natural disaster came. And then the federal government has purview over that natural disaster and how to quote unquote recover from it. And their way to quote unquote recover from it is to tell everybody that they have to do these ungodly amounts of upgrades, like, replacing wires that have been in their house for 80 years. Now I've been an electrician before. There's a lot of houses that are still standing to this day because of with knob and tube wiring in them, despite all of the NFPA's regulation and stuff on it. But no, he's absolutely wrong in saying that they incorrectly assumed that, because they absolutely assumed correctly that if they take federal money, that little measly $700, while we're giving Ukraine billions and billions of dollars, if they took that $700, now they fall under the jurisdiction of FEMA, and FEMA gets to regulate how they rebuild their houses, how they repair their houses, and if they can even live in their houses. I remember in 2019 when I worked the disaster relief operations for Hurricane Florence. The Red Cross and FEMA were there. I was a disaster action team member, and I would go to houses and inspect houses and, look for damages and stuff. And if there was any damages in it and the homeowner took FEMA money, all of those, everything about that house had to be brought up to current code, not code of the time it was built, but current code. And at times it involved pieces of houses that weren't even affected by the storm.
Whoa. I mean, great breakdown, but shoot, I'm not gonna lie, I did not know all that.
Being said,
it's what you put online. I agree with you. It's what you run online. It is disgusting, but I mean, I guess that's what you do.
How long have people like you told us that if we spend less money in Ukraine, you guys are going to spend more money investing in things like infrastructure in the United States? Where is that money going?
We just had another
massive debt increase. Another massive debt increase for more tax cuts for wealthy people. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
All right, let me get a Ben.
How's that deficit doing?
Don't talk over each other.
How's our deficit doing? Is it going up or down?
Don't talk over each other. But just to be clear, Destiny, you don't.
No answers.
Just to be clear, Destiny.
I'm going to talk.
Please stop talking.
I'm not going to sit here and argue about jokes when these guys are spreading lies that are leading to the actual destruction of these. Oh, except you guys do when it happens in LA when it's about the wildfires. You guys make jokes when politicians are getting killed in Minnesota.
Go look at my ex
account. Just the rest of your party is. Just the rest of your party is.
Don't talk over each other because we can't hear you.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
All right. But Destiny, just to be clear, you don't regret posting, I heard God kill those kids, Because they were using NordVPN
I'm not going to sit here and argue
to get
about
around the
jokes on
Texas
Twitter
porn ban.
while you allow the very same misinformation to spread on this program that leads to people not putting up siren systems, okay, because they think that Biden is going to go steal their
wasn't
homes.
my question.
I think it is absolutely insane.
Wasn't my
I think
question.
it's insane that you want to go and hand-wring liberals over jokes that are not even half as crazy
How
as
did
some of the
this
things
guy
these
get a
conservatives say.
platform?
Okay, but
I mean, bro, he's one of the biggest political streamers. That's the crazy thing.
How did he get a fucking platform? He doesn't know fucking shit about life.
Because he's a radical. I'm just gonna be real with you, bro. He's a straight up radical. He said crazier things than this. That's why I'm not even surprised he says something like this. I'm like I just always finds a way to dehumanize the right, and it's like wild.
I just picked his whole fucking argument apart piece by piece while he's sitting there blabbermouthing. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He thinks because he reads something on Wikipedia or, searches for something on Google and MSNBC has a take on it, that's fact. And I'm so sick and tired of people presenting their fucking opinions as fact. It's sickening.
Here's the thing, though. People actually agree with this guy.
Yeah, they're idiots too. If you agree with this guy, you're an idiot. You don't know anything about anything, and I guarantee you'll go and parrot what he says because he said so, and I trust him, and so he's right.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing, trust me, somebody's a Destiny watcher by the way they debate. It's just like when they fast talk you and they try to talk over you, that's literally Destiny tactics.
Yeah, that's why, every time it's real easy to debate him if you have a pause button.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, though, it's like people who debate like Destiny, they're the one usually controlling the mute button.
Yeah.
The sad reality of debating liberals.
Just to be clear, you don't regret doing it.
There's no tweet like that out there.
Just to be clear, Destiny,
absolutely not.
Just to be clear, you don't regret posting it.
No, absolutely.
Okay, Ben Ferguson.
Here's a couple of things here that I think there's proper information that should get out there. This is an area that I go to often. It's an area that I've taken my kids dozens and dozens of times. It's a very small rural community. When it rains there's always flooding because there's a lot of rock in the ground and the water doesn't absorb in the ground. So you have flash floodings that happen very quickly. I've been there when this happens. This was a once in a lifetime 100-year flood. If you want to know about the funding for the system, it's an extremely small community and the price tag for it is very, very big compared to the tax base that they have in this small community. It is not because of the Matt Boone stuff this guy's talking about. That is not why the community decided 6 years ago to not do it, even though they wanted to. It was a cost issue. What's going to happen now is you're going to have state funds and federal funds, and that system will happen. But go back to this once in a lifetime flood that took place. No one could have prepared or thought this was going to happen. People bought homes on a river where there was constant flooding, where they're built high enough up that flooding has never gotten there before in the history of their lifetime. So this is a tragedy that took place. And by the way, this is personal because I know people who lost children. There are funerals that are taking place.
Just to be clear, you're saying
let him finish
15 times. So you're saying there are no citizens saying that they don't want to use the American Rescue Plan funds. They didn't want to use that money because they thought Biden would take their homes.
I'm going to go back to what I said.
That transcript doesn't exist.
Can you let Ben finish, given he was talking about the funerals of fucking children? Please let him finish what he was saying.
As long as he makes it.
I mean, and that's how the left did. They don't let
He's
you
a
finish.
fucking idiot. Oh, that transcript doesn't exist because one person said at one time that's how the state is dictating on how they do things. You're an idiot, dude. You're literally just clickbaiting people. That's all he's doing. He's just rage baiting people, and people fall. They think, oh yeah, he got that conservative. Just because that conservative doesn't happen to have that specific piece of knowledge that I specifically had about how FEMA and shit happens with federal funds.
Man, the problem, yeah, but here's the thing, though. This is one of the left's best. This is one of the left's best and brightest. That and Sam Cedar. But I mean, Sam
just
Cedar's
because you're good
better.
at lying doesn't mean you're smart.
Yeah.
Just because you can make a whole bunch of bullshit up and get fucking people that don't do any research to not look it up, believe it, doesn't mean you're smart or that you have any you have influence over useful idiots. Congratulations.
When you can say the lies at high speed, that makes you one of the best liberal debaters ever, pretty much.
Yeah, just talk louder, talk over people. You know, I when I was a kid, my mom used to say, just because you argue louder doesn't mean you're right. All he's doing is arguing louder.
Yeah, not letting that man finish one sentence.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
then meanwhile, he's not taking a humble position. He's saying kids deserve to die because they, like, what?
Because they were trying to download. Oh yeah,
NordVPN.
NordVPN to get around the Texas porn ban. I'm like, bro, you're sick. Like, bro, what is that? First off, why are you even like making jokes about kids watching, like, you know, porn? Like, that's wild.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
I mean,
I get
bro, that's just like the joke is sus already. Like,
I mean, they're used to that. You know, they have, you know, transgender fucking drag shows in Congress halls, and, you know, Pride Month is now just a bunch of naked men fucking swinging their dicks around. So yeah, they're used to exposing children to pornography, and it's kind of appalling that anybody would want to not do that to them.
I mean, you would hope, Monty, you would really hope that we'd have a party that wasn't just so hell bent on the LGBTQ agenda or just hell bent on just hating an individual. I believe the Dems would actually make way more sense to people if it just wasn't all about hating Trump.
But they claim to be the party of tolerance and love and peace and respect.
All right, then tolerate Trump.
Yeah.
There you go.
God.
Like, there you go, guys. That's your last level to be at complete tolerance. Tolerate Trump, and you guys will be there.
You know what, Destiny? You don't give a fuck about the dead kids, do you?
Admit it. I do.
Because you thought it was funny. You thought it was
I'm not
funny.
the one voting to take money away
You
from these
thought it
things.
was funny to go on X and talk about,
Years.
I heard God killed those kids because they weren't using a NordVPN to get around the Texas porn ban.
From the
That is
party of I
disgusting.
thought comedy was
You're the
legal
one
again.
using dead
Jokes
children
on
in a
Twitter
grotesque
don't kill
manner.
people.
So let me just lay
Jokes
that down
on
for the
Twitter,
record.
just to be clear, let me lay it down as well. How many people did my joke kill?
Hey, Seth.
No,
it's not a.
Hey,
Hey,
how
Seth.
many people? What?
I he's not wrong. Jokes don't kill people. They just make you look like the dumbass you are.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not even about killer. Like, how many
Jokes in bad taste,
yeah,
at the wrong time,
you
are not funny. It's not funny. You're just making fun of people. You're bullying people. That's all he's doing.
the room.
And
it's like
he has the right to say it. This is I like freedom of speech.
It is what it is. Like, you can say it, just don't pretend like you're like that's not offensive or that's not like honestly distasteful.
I love freedom of speech because it lets me see who the idiots are.
Nah,
I don't want
like
people to be censored. I want to see the dumb shit people say.
I know, that's why I be getting mad when people talk about, oh, they need to really censor X. I'm like, no. Let all the white supremacists and the Nazi lovers and all that, let them come here and talk their shit. Like, let them speak.
Yes, absolutely
let they
them speak.
are. Because some of these people show their face. So, hey, as best I know, right?
Exactly.
You're sick, man.
And then how many kids died because there's no siren system because people like this guy over here made up the lie that Biden was going to steal your homes if you accept the American Rescue Plan. If you accept American Rescue Plan money. Exactly.
I never
That's
made
the
that
difference.
up.
The difference is
I would like to hear Ben. I would like to hear Ben finish the story he was telling us when he was talking about the funerals of dead children. So let him finish that, please.
What do you mean we didn't have the funerals? Wouldn't that be better?
Can we mute rather than you talking about why you were right to crack a sick joke? Ben.
I'm not even gonna lie, Pierce needs to start utilizing that mute button. Like, just one time, Pierce.
He's just fucking running his mouth over and over again about nothing but dumb shit and just attacking people. He's not bringing any logic to the conversation. He's just attacking people and lying and fucking dehumanizing people because fucking people. It's been brewing in the Democratic Party for 3 or 4 election cycles now. Republicans are not welcome. They don't want an explanation. They want an apology. They want you to get down on your knees and kiss their ass. That's all they want. They're not about tolerance. They're not about inclusivity. You create a space for yourself and they come and invade it and then say that they're marginalized in that space. And then you move away from them and they come right back to you and keep putting it in your face that they're gonna be the asshole. They're this fucking loud minority in this country, and yet they get airtime. They get airtime next to people that are actually thinking. I would love a logistical Democrat that can fucking say something other than kids deserve to die because there's a porn ban.
Look, I would say this. I would say this, dog. If you are a supporter of Destiny, you are literally now in the cult. Like, really think about this red man's rhetoric and tell me if you support that.
That's
you are
4 Kool-Aid packs.
Like literally 4 Kool-Aid. But there's really no way to like go around it. Let's be honest. You will sit there and support the death of somebody who thinks differently than you, or you will sit there and honestly downplay the death of children to make a political joke on the other side. Like what? And then you're trying to blame what? Texas porn bans that the right supports. You're trying to blame that, like, oh yeah, that's why kids die. Like, dog, are you for real? Like what? Like, bro, say that in front of the family members. We'll see how far you get.
Yeah, that's what the internet's done. It's made people too comfortable with saying shit like that and not getting punched in the face for it.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. This is how you know Destiny has a cult following. When he's able to say stuff like this, when nobody bro, I would hope you guys would be at my neck if I ever said something that out of pocket. I would hope you guys would be at my neck. But you can tell nobody ever holds this man accountable. Like, and he has a large following, and nobody holds him accountable.
Yeah,
because he says stuff like this.
When all you do is sit in your echo chamber and you guys just peer review your own bullshit. You pass it off from one person. Oh yeah, this agrees with what I think. Yeah, that's right. This is fact. Don't argue with me, otherwise you're anti-Semitic. You're a bigot. You're this. You're that. You're an ism. You're this. You're that. And I'm gonna control every aspect of the conversation because I won't even let you talk. Then I'll make fun of your dying kids.
God damn it, man. And that is the worst part about this whole thing. It's just, like, bro, they're kids. I mean, come on, bro. Y'all couldn't just hold back for a little bit. We couldn't just kumbaya in this moment of sadness for our fellow Americans. Like, come on.
Okay. I go back to the point here. This flood did not ask if you were liberal or conservative, rich or poor, black or white, or anything else in between. People lost their lives, and many people lost their lives trying to save kids in an unprecedented flood. If we could go back, I'm sure this community would have said, we'll figure out a way to have the money. You're dealing with an area that has a lot of volunteer first responders and firefighters. Can I finish, please? Like, maybe you'll learn something and not be such a tool.
You just lie.
You don't live there. You don't know. You've never been there. I've been there. I've talked to people. You don't know anybody that died in this flood. You're a POS. That's who you are. I would like to finish my point, Piers.
Finish it, Ben.
Thank you. There are people that died in this flood helping try to save the lives of others. There are elderly that died. I know people that lost children in this flood. Jeez. They would love to go back and have a different warning system. By the way, we don't know if the warning system would have changed anything at all. The warnings came out early. Unfortunately, there's spotty cell phone there. Everyone's talked about this. Agreed. I'm sure there's people in the community that wish they would have maybe done something different in the past. Hindsight's 2020. But to say that the community decided not to do this because of some insane theory you've come up with, which is not true or based in fact. It was based on a small rural community with not a lot of tax base and a very expensive price tag for something. And for you to sit here and to somehow decide that this is a place to say something so sick. I'm assuming you don't have kids. I have 6-year-old and 8-year-old kids. If you talk to parents that are planning their child's funerals are happening tomorrow and the next day here in Houston, I think you would have a little bit of a soul and a heart for them. But instead, you're out here putting this crap out there. And it's really sad. I hope you get help.
Let me bring in Brian. Brian, I want to talk just about a wider point connected to what Destiny posted, for which he shows no regret at all, which is entirely his choice. But I can say my feelings, which I have.
You know, I mean, this man, Destiny's definitely going to sink his career. At this point, it's going to be like, bro, if you're a Destiny listener, you are in the cult of the extreme Democrats. I ain't gonna say that Democrats are all.
I've never heard of this guy. I'm glad I've never heard of this guy. I probably would have had a fucking aneurysm if I saw some of the shit he said. Like, I cannot I get it. I am all for making jokes. I work in fucking EMS. I make dark humor, untasteful fucking jokes the world would cringe at. But I don't post them on fucking Twitter for families to see. I don't joke about my patients right in front of them. You know? Like joking is a coping mechanism that most people that deal with the shit I deal with fucking do. But there's a time and a place for a joke.
Like, man, look, this you got to understand about Destiny. He is a heavyweight. It's one of the world's 844K subscribers, and that's just on YouTube. But I think he's a real heavy player on Twitch as well. So, you know, he's part of the
844K
Hasanabi crowd.
Oh, we can you can beat that.
Oh no, for sure.
Maybe you can get on Pierce Morgan.
Yeah, and I'll invite Destiny.
Oh, nice.
Like, because hey, no, thing is, people like Destiny is kind of easy to destroy in debates. Is just that it would have to be in a controlled environment that you control. Even if you're a Democrat disagreeing with Destiny, you better control that setting, or he's just gonna talk over you, like period, point blank. And trust me, when Destiny loses, is when it's in those controlled environments, like the debate he had with Adam Wilson on the insurrection, cooked them, and it's only because Destiny just can't sit there and talk over him.
Yeah, that's the sign of a losing argument, is when all you can do is just fucking run your mouth and talk over people so that they can't say anything. I mean, that's essentially what the Democrats do with all their censorship. They run their mouth, and this is on a massive scale, a macro scale. They run their mouth, they run unopposed. Anything they say is considered gospel and cannot be challenged. And if you do challenge it, they just quiet you.
Like, trust me, Destiny's real easy to beat. Like, bro, Nick Fuentes cooked Destiny, and I was
bruh,
to see. That was a wild debate. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's real easy to cook Destiny when you're not on a Pierce Morgan panel. Because I don't know why Pierce lets people do this, but he does let them just talk over the guests obsessively. Like, he will never just mute them and be like, look, bro, mute. Because even when Pierce like, bro, can you shut up? And they're just still going. I'm like, all right, bro, obviously you're not giving a fuck about what you're saying, Pierce. So I just wish Pierce would get that mute button installed on his panel.
Former appointee to a Houston city board said that Camp Mystic, where most of these poor young girls were at the time, was white-only, conservative and Christian, said Sade Perkins, a former member of the Houston Food Insecurity Board, said in a TikTok video. So take a look.
I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites-only girls Christian camp.
Bro, are you fucking...
Are you fucking serious? Let's just take a step back. Let's fucking hold on, Set. Let me cook. Let's just fall into the delusion for a second and say that this is, a whites only. So fucking what? What is your point? Let's say it's whites only.
They're trying to dehumanize white people at this point. Yo, Monty, bro, it's getting real for you guys out here. When you got somebody sitting there really trying to dehumanize these people because they're rich white people or whites only. No, it's not white only. It's predominantly white. There is no white only cities or places.
You know what? I was gonna say something, but I decided not to because reasons. But so what? So what if they're white? So do white lives not matter?
I mean, apparently not. Apparently
no,
not
they
in
don't.
this case. Like, I don't know if this white children, white girls, the difference between, it's Camp Mystic. There's a whole bunch of white women everywhere. I'm like,
all right, let's make some jokes about fucking New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina then.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
You don't even need to take that farther. We'll just leave that one at surface level.
Yeah.
They don't even have a token Asian. They don't have a token Black person. If this were a group of Hispanic girls out there, this would not be getting this type of coverage that they're getting.
It absolutely would, you fucking Nimrod.
Oh, it's so
good God.
Funny. No. Oh my goodness, bro. It have got even 10 times more coverage.
Are you sure you didn't get this from the Babylon Bee? Are you sure this isn't like a joke?
Like, bro, nah, they're so serious. This is actually TikTok. Actually, we can go straight to this lady's page. Bro, they got her TikTok handle and everything right here. Real person. Real person. I almost want to look them up on TikTok. I actually like I need to see, like, is she white, black? I don't know.
You can hear it in her voice.
Yeah, but hey man, you never know these days. You never know.
Now you know.
So I gotta see, because there's just no way. Like, oh well, if it was a bunch of Mexican girls, like, bro, can you imagine if it was a bunch of black women or black kids? Like, bro.
Oh my God, Al Sharpton would be calling Trump a fucking racist for letting the storms come through.
Oh God, he'd be like Trump controls nature or something.
What is it? Actually, isn't that what that happened to Bush after Hurricane Katrina, didn't it? Bush did Katrina.
Oh, she got canceled.
Yeah.
Yep. I look up the username. No, I mean, no results found. Yeah, you got canceled. That's tough.
No one would give a and all these white people, the parents of these little girls, would be saying things like they need to be deported.
I think that's completely.
No.
Wow.
If it was a bunch of illegal kids that drowned and died, I would feel just as bad.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't even
Absolutely.
I wouldn't even be bringing up immigration at that point. Like, there is no need. I'm too sad.
They're
about
dead.
Dying.
There's no fucking. It's a moot point. They're dead. You
Like,
give them
what?
respect for. There's a reason it's called respect for the dead. You don't disgrace people that have passed on.
You would hope they'd know better, right? You would hope.
Untrue what she said. B, it's completely disgusting to say that in the aftermath of this, when these poor girls, many of them are still missing, presumed dead. But then there's a pediatrician called Dr. Christina B. Probst, who's been fired after posting on social media. She's a pediatrician, this woman. May all visitors, children, non-MAGA voters, and pets be safe and dry. Kerr County MAGA voted to get FEMA. They deny climate change. May they get what they voted for. Bless their hearts.
Bro, what does that do with climate change? He's back. Oh man, if it's not about Doja Cuts, it's about climate change, and then we all deserve it because they're mad because Donald Trump is president. So now they're not going to care if it's any county that's MAGA, anybody who voted MAGA. So I could die tomorrow, and everybody's going to celebrate because I'm a MAGA supporter or I voted for Trump. That's tough. That is tough.
That is called a cult. That is what a cult looks like.
And shout out to Mr. Doc Hill. He says what he said. There is a doc or who got fired for comments like this.
Yeah, there is a doctor. Yeah, that's what you're just bringing up.
Yeah, right here. That is wild.
And my question, Brian, putting that together with what Destiny posted, which again, for the record, I thought was disgusting. Destiny, I've told you, you can defend it as much as you like.
We're not going to say this is all leftists. We're not saying this is all of you guys, but you guys need to check on each other, low key. Y'all need to check yourselves because you don't see the right.
They will defend. Here's the thing. The left-wing extremists are defended by the left-wing party. The right-wing extremists are. We condone them or condemn them and kick them out of our social groups. You guys want to go meet this guy. He's a superhero to you.
I mean, like, look, like, let's be real. Like, we reject the Nick Fuenteses of the right and all that crazy stuff. Like, we reject our radicals. Y'all don't. Y'all embrace them. Like, there's definitely a difference over here.
It's just a sick, awful thing to post. And if you had any humanity about you would delete it. But that's entirely your decision. But Brian, I've seen this on the other side too. I've seen this during the Biden administration when terrible things happen, that there's a race for people to get political, to play a race card or play this card or play that card or just show a shocking inhumanity. And it's the very worst of society when that happens. What do we do about this? I think it's fueled by social media. People wouldn't be able to get the audience for this kind of thing without TikTok, without Facebook, without X and so on. But it's a sick thing that this goes on when these terrible tragedies happen.
Look, I obviously can't speak for what some random person on the internet tweeted about Camp Mystic. All I can say is look, I try to have some sense of the fact that there are as many Republicans in California as there are in Texas, and there are as many Democrats in Texas as there are in major big blue bastions. And so I try to, focus on that and recognize that a lot of these people are, a lot of these people are
people
fighting against the same.
They're just people living their life.
I mean, hey, true.
These people are, a lot of these people are fighting against the same system that I would be fighting against, and I would, obviously not attack folks in Texas. But I would point out that, Ben said that these storms aren't partisan, and that we have to try. I can't remember what Ben said, but the reality is that while the wildfires were raging in California, Ben and Ted had a podcast where they just attacked Governor Newsom and Karen Bass, and that was while the fires were still raging. And so, spare us the
because their poor leadership led to that. I mean,
yes. Good
they're
God
criticizing
Almighty.
them. They're not saying that the people of California deserve to be burned.
They're saying that they're
nobody
dying
said that.
unnecessarily because of the poor leadership.
Yes.
We're holding leadership accountable. This guy's making fun of dead children. There's a difference.
Now, if he says something about, I don't know, Abbott or something, be like, yo, government Abbott needs to hop on this. He could have did this better. Okay, cool. But when you talk about the children, now you done cross all types.
You lost my ears. You lost it.
Yep, you lost us, bro.
Grandstanding and the virtue signaling
Did you
about
listen
how
to
this
what we
stuff doesn't
said?
get partisan. This was here's Ted Cruz's tweet. Right now, everyone is horrified watching the LA wildfires. In today's episode of Verdict, we break down the catastrophic policy decisions made by Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass. While the wildfires were still raging in Los Angeles.
Yes, that's called critique of their leadership. That's not making fun of people who are losing their homes. Nobody was actually doing that. I was even feeling bad. I was like, bro, I was getting mad at Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. I'm like, no, because of y'all, you guys could have took preventative measures. You didn't. Now your people is suffering. They don't deserve it.
I was getting ready to drive my my Cybertruck down to California so that the command centers and stuff could have power. Like there was a whole convoy of Cybertrucks because they have power share, and you charge up outside the city and then bring your vehicle in and basically give them a couple of days of power. And we were going to do it in like a train so that they would keep having it. Like that's what Republicans do. That's what people that care about their community do. They don't sit here meanwhile Ted Cruz is bashing them. They're coming to save the people.
Exactly. I mean, we don't hate the libs, but that's what I keep saying. I'm like, bro, we don't hate the libs, but it does seem like y'all hate us sometimes. That's all I'm gonna say. We okay, yeah, we think y'all stupid and all that good stuff. Okay, but we don't hate y'all. We never wish death on y'all. We wish you change your minds, but wishing death on you guys is completely out of the question. Like, come on now.
While I was standing on my roof in LA, spraying down my house with a hose to make sure that my house wouldn't set on fire when the fire was down the street within 1 mile of my house.
Did you listen to the show?
And so Ted Cruz decided to come out and make his entire episode, which, by the way, there is not.
So I'll tell you what we said because I was on that show.
Excuse me, let him finish. You cried so much about people interrupting. Let him finish.
I know. Ben is like arguing for destiny.
You said we did a show. You're putting words in our mouth of something we didn't say.
I read the tweet verbatim. That's
did
what
you
I did.
listen to the show? No, I didn't. So I'll tell you what we did.
Did you watch the Lifetime movie? Did you see the documentary?
What we did was we talked about the decisions that were made.
There's not a situation where Ted Cruz will not.
Well, let Ben say what he thinks he said. Let's listen to Ben.
I'll redo the show in a very quick form. What we talked about were the decisions that were made for the underbrush not being cleared out and the massive warnings that were coming. We also talked about what the fire chief said about those warnings. We talked about the lack of water pressure. We talked about them cleaning up some of the holding tanks. We talked about also the fact that there were certain things that were done to save fish over having the ability to fight these types of fires and everything that went into it. We talked about the decisions that were made that then made for a poor response that made you have to be on your roof, as you described it, spraying down because there wasn't adequate decisions that were made with those winds that came through with the underbrush.
You think the reason that I was on my roof was because while the Santa Ana winds were ripping through LA at 100 miles per hour and 50,000 acres of LA were burning.
Dumbass. If there's not fuel for fire, fire goes out. There's this thing called the fire tetrahedron, right? You have oxygen, fuel, heat, and a continuous combustion or continuous spontaneous chemical reaction. If you take one of those out, i.e., all of the underbrush, or maybe the heat from the fire because you have water, fire stops.
Now, it's a bit off point, but if somebody was in the chat going like, well, you guys call Dems evil. I mean, calling you guys evil and wishing death on y'all is two different things. That's way two different things. I'd rather somebody say I'm evil.
You're proving our point that you're evil by supporting this and by defending this.
It's like, bro, just say Destiny's wrong. That's it. Like, that's all y'all gotta be like. Come on, like, all right,
Yeah,
Destiny's wrong.
go ahead and condemn the radical left then, since you demand that Trump's, condemns white supremacists. Condemn the radical left. You can't do it.
I mean,
but Trump did. We do.
They've literally seen us go against Republicans. They've seen us go against people in Trump's party or in his cabinet. It's wild that they even consider us a cult still or a echo chamber.
Wow. We've gone against each other on topics we mostly agree about.
But hey, I mean, some of y'all say y'all don't support Destiny. I don't know about that. Guys.
Some bogus fucking story about the smelt, about Delta smelt is why LA was burning. You're a joke, bro. You have no idea what you are talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm quoting the people in your government in California.
There is no amount of water pressure in the world through these hydrants that are going to be able to put out 50,000
Maybe if you have a fucking DEI fire department that doesn't know how to fight fires, there's no amount of water in the world that can put the fires out. But we put fires out every single fucking year. You know how we put them out? We cut the brush out. We don't prioritize politics over people.
Here's the thing. I think the main thing was the whole reservoir thing and how they were supposed to build them a water reservoir, but they denied it because they wanted to save the quail or the fish.
Yep.
And that's the main reason. That's one of the main reasons why that thing, like why it got so bad, because the transportation of water was just terrible.
If you cut out underbrush and that dry, fire-rich, high surface to mass ratio, fucking burn up in 3 seconds and get hot as hell brush. If you get rid of that, you don't even need water. The fire will burn itself out before it even gets to the city. But you have that entrenched with the city, and then you give it even more fire or more fuel. Like, it's not hard. All the water in the world.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That was a little insensitive of me. But when that's what you prioritize, then you bring it on yourself.
But what's a DI firefighter? Oh, a trans one. Why not? Let's just throw that in there.
It's nothing about trans anything. DEI means didn't earn it.
Fire. Yes, you did. You're talking about smelt, and you're talking about no water pressure.
I didn't say that. If you turn on every hydrant, you lose water pressure. That's not what I said. By the way,
let me grant you the larger point, though, and I think the point that you're trying to make, I'll grant you this, even though you don't deserve it, and you're just going to spew a bunch of bullshit about smelt and water pressure.
Okay, brother.
But let me grant you the larger point and say that there are still things that people could do, and I'm not here to argue that California did a perfect job or does a perfect job with regard to how they manage all of this stuff. But to that point, then, do you think it's maybe a little stupid that Trump would fire 10% of NOAA's workforce?
To Dominic, Monty pretends to have done this when he's rejected from service. It's not hard. Have you done this? Yes, I am a firefighter paramedic. Yes, I have done this. I have a degree in firefighting, fire protection technology. I understand building construction. I understand undercut lines. I understand back burns. I understand wildland firefighting. Yes, I have done this.
Oh shit! And for that, you gotta sit out for a little bit and just chill out, my man Dominic, and enjoy the show because you're reaching a little bit too hard there, my friend, and you're trying to be offensive.
which is about 1,300 staffers and researchers. Do you think it's a good idea then that Trump called for reducing NOAA's workforce by a further 17%, which would be another 2,000 staffers and researchers? Do you think it's a good idea that Trump slashed 20% of FEMA's workforce?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a smart idea to phase out FEMA completely? Do you think it's a smart idea that 25% of NWS is...
Let me
respond.
Yeah, what's up?
I will admit that I am not a wildland firefighter. I do not hold that certification. I am a structural firefighter, but the concepts still apply, and I do have a degree in it.
Hey man, hey, sometimes you need a degree in certain things to get it done. Well, or in your line of work, honestly, it's pretty damn helpful considering that you never know, you might have to go into a forest or something to get shit done.
Yeah, I'm about to get my red card and go on the fire line because it's just the next natural step to do. But I wanted to make that clear. I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. I am not a wildland firefighter, but I do understand the concepts behind wildland firefighting.
And and also what caused this this mishap in California.
Like yeah, you have water and you can put fires out. It actually, it's not that complicated. You don't have fuel and fires go out.
And maybe you can get into there how they clean the forest floor and all the dead leaves and all that. I mean, we can get.
You
into
can't
that
control
as well.
the heat. The heat's already there. It's hot as hell. It's a desert. It's dry as shit. The heat's there.
Stations lack a meteorologist. All of this stuff is
so let's go back to the basics here. If you're asking about the size of government and the president making a decision to reduce the size of government when it makes sense, I have no issue with that. By the way, the staffing and the lies that were put out by many on the left and the media was that there was understaffing when it came to the warnings that were coming out from the National Weather Service. That was a lie. They were staffed above normal staffing levels. They held people over the day before and the night of the storm in Texas. They had double the staff on staff when the storms were hitting. There's a timeline of all the texts that were going out and the warnings that were going out. And so you're acting as if Donald Trump caused a problem with the flood and the response to it in the warning system, which is a lie. When you have double the staff, which is the protocol, by the way, under Obama, under Biden, and under George Bush. So this is nonpartisan and everyone showed up for work and people were held over. You're now just trying to score political points on the lives of dead children for political reasons.
Okay, let me bring in Natalie because it should be waiting patiently. Natalie, when I read out what Destiny posted there, what was your feeling about that?
Well, I think that's probably the textbook definition of what it means to be a grifter, trying to profit off of dead children by pumping NordVPN and your promo code. It's reprehensible.
Just to be
pretty
clear,
sure
that's not
you're
my
an
promo code,
atheist.
that's
You
not
don't
the
believe
definition
in
of a
God.
grifter.
You certainly
Okay,
don't believe in traditional marriage. So I would expect nothing less that you would double down and defend it. Blows my mind. I mean, I agree comedy's important, but I don't think...
I ain't gonna lie to that man. Destiny came into the game admitting that he let his he came in with this little white girl and this is what it was. He let his girl go out there and smash other guys in front of him sometimes, and he gets to go out there and smash other girls. So like degeneracy to the max. Yeah, I know. And he was being real about it. No, this is confirmed that yes, Destiny was out there letting other dudes smash his girl. Actually, his girl was out there in Sweden. He was paying for that girl while she was out there smashing other dudes. I mean, tough.
No offense, maybe shouldn't be a stand-up comedian if you want to start your career by posting about dead children. It's really not all that funny. And it really wasn't even a joke. You were trying to profit off of it. So I think that's sort of a compounding evilness to what you did.
What do we do, Natalie?
So real quick for compounding evilness, just so I could read this because it's entered into the record. Okay. I'm just curious if Ben wants to say, is this quote fake? Okay. So there's hundreds of these quotes. All right. At a county meeting, okay, where the citizens are giving feedback on whether or not they should use the American Rescue Plan funds. All right. Citizen Mr. R says there's not just a lack of transparency, but the Biden administration is pulling the wool over our eyes. If we see what's actually written, we make a clear decision. This is wrong. Texas has been going in the right direction. I moved from Washington State a year ago.
Look, the girl pretty much confirmed that him and Destiny had like threesomes, okay? and there were dudes involved as well. So I mean, look, Destiny's admit to living a very liberal lifestyle with his sexual history. I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of like, I respect him on that note, because he just came out and straight up said it. Like, yeah, me and my wife be getting freaky with multiple people. Sometimes we do our own things on the side. So yes, actually the girlfriend has said it, that yes, like guys have smashed her in front of Destiny. Maybe Destiny was doing something else. Maybe he wasn't sitting. Maybe he was in something himself. I don't want to get too much into the details of that type of thing. But sadly, it is true, though. But Destiny is a cuck. It's a cuck. By definition. By definition.
Washington is...
I mean, he lets other people smash his wife. Like, well, or his girlfriend at the time. That's a cuck. I'm sorry. I know y'all like him and all that. But, I mean, he could be your favorite cuck. It's okay.
Just falling lockstep with whatever this admin wants to do, and we're watching with clarity the damage. As far as COVID and the recovery money, the majority of the damage has been caused by the government. We're doing well. I'm a retired firefighter. EMS, I love law enforcement. Do no harm is going by the wayside. Let me finish one more sentence. Do no harm is going by the wayside from, we're all familiar with that, and it's heartfelt, but it's going by the wayside.
This motherfucker, what?
Now, what would be money?
Run that back, Set. Run that back. He's a what?
Curious if Ben wants to say, is this quote fake? Okay, so there's hundreds of these quotes. All right, at a county meeting, okay, where the citizens are giving feedback on whether or not they should use the American Rescue Plan funds. All right, citizen Mr. R says there's not just a lack of transparency, but the Biden administration is pulling the wool over our eyes. If we see what's actually written, we make a clear decision. This is wrong. Texas has been going in the right direction. I moved from Washington State a year ago. Washington is just falling lockstep.
And shout out to Hellbags. I hope Nord sues Destiny, because he doesn't even have a promo with them. So in this sense, it's damaging to Nord just for him doing that shit. No, low key. I was like, you know, I know how these things with brands work, and you low key gotta send that post to a brand and have them approve it before you post it. So you could have wrote that like 2 days ago, and it took the brand 2 days for them to confirm it. So yeah, that's how even I kind of knew. I'm like, there's no way NordVPN would accept that. Like, there's just no way.
Huh.
But the fact that he just added their whole brand name to that, he even spelled it like Nord does. I would have used some random, I'd have just said maybe some random VPN service, but you put Nord's name in there. Yeah.
I was gonna say, how you gonna do a sponsor read while saying some shit like that?
Bro, it's like the whole Venice AI. It's like, bro, imagine if I said, well, you know, you can actually look up how to make wah.
Yeah.
Or you can make deep fakes of wah.
All right, Charlie Brown.
Hey, I ain't getting my ass clipped up on that note. You never know.
With whatever this admin wants to do, and we're watching with clarity the damage. As far as COVID and the recovery money, the majority of the damage has been caused by the government. We're doing well. I'm a retired firefighter. EMS, I love law enforcement. Do no harm is going by the wayside. Let me finish one more sentence. Do no harm is going by the wayside from, we're all familiar with that, and it's heartfelt, but it's going by the wayside for now. What would be money that would go against everything that we believe? Whatever good is in it, I don't want it. Are you telling me that comment and the hundreds of others like it are fake? Can you give me a yes or no before you ramble about whatever irrelevant subject? Are those comments fake?
I'm going to go back to what I want to say. You said what you said. I'm going to say it.
Answer.
Number one,
yeah, this is why you debate kids on college
I'm
campuses,
answering the damn question, dude. Like, just chill for a second. Drink whatever hemp juice or that is. Okay,
yeah, keep going.
All right. So number one, that's one person. Number two, if you weren't so dumb. If you weren't so dumb, if you weren't so dumb,
another one if you want.
If you weren't good, you found two. If you weren't so dumb, go Google the size. Go Google the size of
the fuck up.
Texas City Hall. You can't fit hundreds of people in any meeting there, you moron. You found one. You act like there's thousands that showed up. They did not show up and say that on the record. Are there people that said things on the internet?
And then the people can go out.
But if you look at how small
you can bring 5 in and 5 out. If you see a room that can only fit 10
people,
did you know that 100 people can fit in that room?
I believe
10 go in and 10 leave? Do we forget this now?
Again, if you understood the size of the town, which you don't, because you don't care, because you're literally trying to make money off of dead people.
You're the one who's getting kids
you
killed,
would
and I can't
know
wait for the
that
next
this is an insane thing that you're saying.
Texas,
you
the
moron.
next time the power grid freezes, the next time another flood happens, and dipshits like you were up here saying, could we have ever seen it coming?
Make a living
but hey, you know what? At least
online.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is out here proposing legislation to stop the Jews from putting clouds in the sky. So thank God we have you guys working hard on the problem, okay, to stop the weather modification program from Bill Gates. Thank
you stay up till 3 a.m. and watch the internet?
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Okay, Brian. Let's just talk on a bigger picture about, because it's interesting to me, the whole Epstein thing, for example, I think has been fueled, the sequence of events, by what Elon Musk put on X. And he's now creating a third party. He says he is, the America Party. It's never worked before, but we've never had somebody with his money or social media firepower to drive it. So I don't think it should be dismissed out of hand. How dangerous an enemy can Elon Musk turn out to be for Donald Trump? If, for example, in the midterms, he decides to aggressively support, anti-Trump candidates, for example, and is successful in doing that, and gets some resonance for this party, this third party, and then that moves forward with some momentum to a general election. I mean, how big could this get? What's your feeling about the Musk-Trump meltdown?
I think it could go both ways. You could make the argument that the reason Trump is president right now is because Elon Musk gave him $300 million and campaigned relentlessly in Pennsylvania, for example. So
nah, he didn't want without Elon Musk. Elon Musk was just an addition to the money pot, to be honest. Like, people are voting, people who are gonna vote for Trump regardless of Elon. Like, let's be real.
Can I ask you a question?
What's
is
up?
there anybody that you know of that has a hard time picking between a Democrat and a Republican?
No, not anymore. Not anymore.
Ever.
After
Like,
Biden,
I mean, I can't think of a time in my lifetime where I've seen anybody that's like, I'm really confused on what I want. Radical left or centric right? Huh. I don't know.
They made it real easy after Biden. Everybody knew what the left was about after Biden. Then during the election, we all knew what the left was selling us, and we did not want it. I mean, nobody wanted it.
We do not care.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Now these guys are, kicking and screaming every time Trump does something because, they didn't vote for this, but majority of America did. And, I thought these guys respected democracy.
No, they don't.
Only if it works out for them. Only if it works out for them.
That's what you call a sore loser, because they've never had any responsibility in their life, so they don't know anything about being successful. They don't know anything about what taking your licks means when you lose an election. They all got participation trophies for their soccer games. They didn't keep score in the hockey games. They don't know how to handle loss.
No, facts. All right.
Obviously, there is a lot of weight that can be given to a candidate by virtue of endless funds. Elon has that. On the flip side, look, I mean, he put forward this threat that he was going to make sure that whoever voted for the big beautiful bill was primaried. They all voted for it except for Thomas Massey and Thom Tillis, and so they were not going to vote for it anyway. I'm sure that Elon's
and Rand
tweet
Paul.
And Rand Paul, Elon's tweet had no bearing on any of those three, and so you could also make the argument at the same time that his influence is waning in the Republican Party. I think what's the broader picture though is that this is Elon is somebody who has Elon himself is no white.
Look, let's be real. Elon, we liked him because he freed up X. He made a free speech platform for real, and he added AI to it, which made it absolutely funny at this point. We didn't really get on the Elon bandwagon. Actually, there wasn't even an Elon bandwagon. Like Trump, Elon jumped on the Trump bandwagon, and we just said, all right, cool. We're happy to have you. And then he came with a whole bunch of money. Nobody was going to vote for Trump mainly because of Elon. That just wasn't it. Like, I'll be so honest with you guys. Like, I did not decide to vote for Trump because Elon joined the party. And didn't Elon join late? Like, let's be real. The man joined after Donald Trump got shot. He was campaigning way before that. Let's be real.
Night here, especially as it relates to Democrats. This is somebody who, predicates so much of his focus on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, which, by the way, so do the Republicans, but everyone is full of shit here. Elon had carte blanche, full reign of government with Doge, and instead of going after the biggest agency in government, which has failed 7 audits, which is the Pentagon, he goes after USAID, which is 1/2% of the budget and affords us soft power without firing a single bullet across the world. He goes after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which saved
You know what? I was about to be so childish, bro.
We need to go after this because he's lying. Elon Musk fucking deleted like something like $890 billion worth of spending. He did not have carte blanche to do whatever he want. He was serving at the behest of the president because he was in the president's cabinet. They're not he wasn't a cabinet member, but he was essentially acting as a cabinet member. But he sued, or sorry, he went and deleted like 800 and something $billion worth of spending. That is
Actually,
considerable,
hey, bro,
considerable amount of spending.
Somebody just set themselves up for the worst clapback ever. They said dick riding is not a reliable form of transportation. I'm like, yo, that's not what your mama said.
Ah! Bro, can we kick him? He's been saying some interesting shit. I'm not in the live because I'm in the StreamYard, but I've been watching him say some wild shit.
Gotcha. I got him up out of here, but I was like, well,
hey.
I'm like,
respect for the try. You swung and a miss. But
like,
no, he got rid of a lot of spending. You know how much of that the Democrats went and sued? Something like, I think it was like 116 cuts, and they sued to like change 100 of them, or to challenge 100 of them, tying up like $600 billion. That's why you only have like 100 and something $1 billion worth of savings, is because those are the ones they didn't sue. So yeah,
hold on. I gotta be a dick again. He's like, third grade cop. All right, fine then. That's not what your girl said. All right, now we gotta upgrade it a little bit. You happy? You happy now? All right.
Third grade clapback. I mean, if you set yourself up for a third grade clapback, what does that say about you?
Third grade response. I mean, that was a third grade joke. Then I'm sorry. What can I say? People are funny, and I like to be funny back with them.
Billions of dollars for 200 million consumers. That is a fraction of the budget. He goes after the EPA, the NLRB, the Department of Labor, the Department of Transportation. Every single agency that had enforcement or fines levied against him are the ones that he focused on. And instead, the Pentagon gets a raise to $1 trillion. So spare us on the grandstanding about reining in deficit, reining in the federal deficit. But the same goes for this Republican Party. All of these people, House Freedom Caucus included, predicated so much of their identity on this idea that they were gonna that we have to stop this existential threat that is overspending and saddling our kids and future generations with all of this interest that we're not going to be able to pay off. All these motherfuckers voted for it. All of these people are completely full of shit. They string their people along just like they did with the Epstein situation. They strung all their supporters along with these promises that they're going to be the fiscal responsive, that they're going to be the fiscal conservatives, that they're going to be the adults in the room. They get into office, they explode the deficit because the only priority they have, not Epstein, not lowering costs, not adding jobs, none of that stuff. It is giving themselves a tax cut. That's the only long-standing principle they have. It's all they did in 2017. It's all they're doing right now. Everything else is window dressing to con their supporters, their marks, into thinking that they're going to help them.
All right.
Yes, let me say this about him real quick, Elon Musk, and how this could be an issue. You go back and you look at guys like Jesse Ventura. You go back and you look at Schwarzenegger, you go back and you look at Ross Perot. There is a history that when certain individuals see an opportunity and a third party comes about, that you can be a disruptor. If Elon Musk just wants to be a disruptor in the midterm elections, there's no doubt he can pull it off. If he's smart about where he plays, if he tries to play nationwide, I think that would fall apart.
Yeah.
But look, there's
if he can play like how Soros plays it by buying up a whole bunch, judges and all that good stuff, then if he got to work on a smaller level and then work his way up maybe to a district, city level, and then take over a state, then you can go ahead and try for, the whole country. You got to work the way up. It's levels. How much he's going to have to spend? Probably about $200 billion.
Tight majority in the House, a tight majority in the Senate. The Senate is leaning more towards the Democrats in the upcoming midterm election. It favors them in the election map and who's up. yeah, I think Elon Musk, if he wanted to go in there and be a disruptor to Donald Trump, he certainly has the money to do
and
it.
It's not just money.
Right.
It's not just money because he also has 200 million followers on his own social media platform.
Sure.
Right? And I think that played a big part in how Trump won. I think he got a lot of people to, on a daily basis. Elon Musk was all in on Trump.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think Elon Musk is a really smart guy. I've spent time with him, interviewed him. I think he's probably going to look at this and say, hey, I want to rein in some of these things. I want you to hold true the Republican Party to what you claimed you were going to do, going back to the point that was just made a moment ago by the guest. He wants to make sure that the people that he helped get this power continue to do the right thing more often than they go and do other things. And so this is that shot across.
Can I just want to point something out because I haven't done the math on this. What is our yearly interest? Can you ask ChatGPT this?
Yeah.
What is our yearly interest payments on the debt?
All right, no problem.
I got a message here.
What is the yearly deficit payments on the national debt?
Interest payments, my bad.
So for 2024, the US government spent around $881 billion on interest payments for the national debt, and it's projected to go up to about $952 billion in 2024.
So almost $1 trillion a year.
Chunk of the budget each year.
Okay. So now $952 trillion. Now ask ChatGPT, how much did the big beautiful bill raise the debt ceiling by?
How much did the big beautiful bill raise the debt ceiling by?
It looks like the one big beautiful bill raised the debt ceiling by about $5 trillion. So it was a pretty substantial increase to allow for more borrowing.
So not for more borrowing, but $952 billion, almost $1 trillion over 4 years means what's 952 times 4?
952 times 4, chat.
That would be 608. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
That is not, no, that's not. 952 times 4 is not 608.
I'm like, what? Man, hold on. Maybe it read me wrong. You never know. Weird. But hey, seems like that would be all right.
What is 952 times 4? Ask it again, because that's not the right answer.
All right, bet. Hey, Chad, tell me what 952 times 4 is.
952 times 40 is 38,080.
40. No, 4, not 40. 4.
Oh, got it. So 952 times 4 is 3,808. Thanks for catching that.
3,800. So $3.8 trillion over the next 4 years is just going to be interest payments alone. Not spending. None of this is spending. He's not spending $5 trillion. He's raising the debt ceiling to allow for the interest to balloon because it has to over 4 years. So he is realistically spending $1.2 trillion over 4 years, which equates to about $300 billion in deficit every year.
Yeah, and I do like to frame it as but I do like to kind of frame that as the country's, nation's credit card. Like when we rate the debt ceiling, it's pretty much like we just gave ourselves an increase in credit. And that doesn't mean we're going to spend $5 trillion. It just means that we got it to borrow just in case ish gets crazy. Just as you use this is how you're supposed to use a credit card.
Yeah. So he's got $5 trillion over the next 4 years. And
just in case.
But he doesn't really even have that because $3.8 trillion of that is going to be taken up just by interest over the next 4 years. But people line up to say, "Oh, Trump's spending so much fucking money, the debt went up by this much." Well, how much did it really go up by, based off of the deficit spending? It wasn't $5 trillion. It's we can't fucking pay our bills because everybody before Trump has skyrocketed the fucking deficit. Now, mind you, this is what Trump is inheriting. Now, next year it's going to be more than 952 billion because you're going to have the 952 billion compound interest on top of this because we're not going to fucking pay it.
All right, and that's why Trump wants to cut the rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, because that's where the savings of 300 billion per point is where Trump comes in, because we're spending that much on interest on the debt. Yeah, we can. I'm pretty much what Trump is saying. We can only cut that back by reducing interest rates.
Cool beans. And the rest of the budget will be paid through cutting healthcare for American citizens. No, the rest of the budget is cutting entitlements that people aren't entitled to. That's what it is. And
but look, but they see cuts in Medicaid, and here's the thing. I remember you asked the question of, well, how much was Medicaid spending under Trump, right? And we discovered it was like $400 billion.
Yep.
And everybody had Medicaid. Nobody was making no complaints or anything about Medicaid.
Yep.
Biden balloons it almost to $1 trillion, and now we're trying to cut it back down. All of a sudden, everybody's complaining about Medicaid.
And then said 18 million people were going to lose Medicaid insurance, and we did the math on what it costs to insure the average American, and it showed up to be like $6.8 million if that was even going to be cuts. If we were just working purely on numbers and not anything else, that it would be 6.8 million people based off of that statistic. Not 18 million. But they love to exaggerate, they love to project, they love to not know what the fuck they're talking about, think that we can't do basic fucking math, and then wonder why we call them dumb.
Yeah, it's like, and then here's the thing. I'm like, where's the argument for, all right, so where was this complaint under Trump when we only had 400 billion in the budget for Medicaid? Like, where was that complaint?
Yeah, there was no one going hungry on Medicaid then. In fact, shit was cheaper then. A gallon of gas didn't cost $5.
I'm really trying to get the argument on Medicaid, because it's like I hear it. There's Medicaid cuts, but when has that ever really affected the American people? Considering that we do need to cut Medicaid a little bit here, and two, we've had lower spending in Medicaid, and everybody's been perfectly fine.
Well, here's the thing, Seth. The people that are running Medicare are fleecing the American people. These cuts to Medicaid are going to be personnel and management cuts. They're not going to be benefits cuts. Maybe some of them, some of the able-bodied adults that are living off the system might get cut off of it, but they're not entitled to it anyway.
See, that was this guy right here. He was arguing for the whole Medicaid, and he was like, "Oh yeah, they're gonna kill the hospitals and all that good stuff." And I look him up, and I look up his donors, bro. Pharmaceutical and healthcare industry guys, like in healthcare industry PACs, fund this guy all the way through. So he came out here on CNN as a Republican, trying to make it seem like, oh well, yeah, there's Republicans that are going against it. I didn't fall on the big beautiful bill, but the only reason you didn't fall on it is because of the cuts to what these health industries take advantage of.
Yeah. So health and not pharmaceuticals, but like the healthcare industry itself can stand to get a little bit of fat trimmed off of them. Look up the what is the GDP aspect of like health related services in the U.S.
Let's see, health related services.
What's the market cap of healthcare in the U.S.?
He said the market cap.
Yeah.
Let's see here. National expenditures in U.S. reached 4.9 trillion, accounting for 17.6% of GDP in 2023.
$4 trillion out of a almost $30 trillion budget or GDP.
Well, 4.9 trillion, so really $5 trillion.
$5 trillion, 1/6 of our budget. Or sorry, I keep saying budget. It's not budget. 1/6 of our economy is healthcare. Now, Set. Think about this. Think about this. Medicare and Medicaid go directly to healthcare, right? And we spend about $2 trillion. So the health industry is subsidized by $2 trillion out of the $5 trillion that it gets from our tax dollars. We are, you want to talk about, eat the rich. These are the people that have the lion's share of it. There's only a couple of companies that have
Y'all
the
trying to
lion's
save
share
us.
of this.
You know what's crazy? I always do say that the Dems do not know that they're fighting for the same corporate elites that they hate so much.
Yep.
Like, I don't even know. Y'all low-key spewing their talking points to protect their profits, and you guys are just talking it up.
You want to talk about the military? What is the yearly budget for the military and defense spending?
Let me go ahead and ask ChatGPT that one. Whoop. What is the U.S. military's yearly spending?
For 2024, the US military spending was about $997 billion. It's quite a substantial amount, and actually more than the combined defense budgets of the next 9 countries.
Nice. So we spend less than half of what we spend on healthcare on our military, and people are talking about how the military is a problem.
Well, now that you pointed out like that, I mean, let's be real. If you combine Medicaid and Medicare together, it goes way above that $997 billion. Way above that. I mean,
not to mention Medicaid is touching it already.
Yeah, Medicaid is already at 825 under the one big beautiful bill. It's 825 billion. I think it was about right here. It was like 900 billion, like in 2024, I believe. I mean,
so I mean, all it takes is just peeling the layers back and not just like violently following, the narrative. Just they give you the numbers to look at. So the military is half as much as what we spend on healthcare, yet we're bitching about how our healthcare is so broken. Maybe because the government has its hand in it.
If you have any other questions or if there's anything else you're
chat. What was Medicaid spending in 2024?
In 2023, Medicaid spending was about $871.7 billion, and it made up around 18% of the total national health expenditures. The 2024 numbers might be pretty close to that, but that gives a good estimate. If you want the exact figure, I can look that up as well.
Please look that up.
Y'all are the
in
one.
2024, Medicaid spending was projected to be around $900 billion. That's quite a significant increase compared to previous years.
$900 billion. And then
so
oh man, I mean, Medicaid,
just on
Medicare, that's like at 1.2 trillion already.
Just on Medicaid alone, that is almost the Defense Department's entire budget, and we spend that. We waste that. You want to talk about government waste? And I agree with people on the left that the military has waste. I do not agree that the military needs to have less power to be able to do what they want to do. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do.
No, I got one more question for this though.
Mm-hmm.
So, what was the U.S. spending on Medicare in 2024?
In 2023, Medicare spending was about $1.03 trillion, which was about 21% of the total national health expenditures. The 2024 figure should be in a similar range, though it might be slightly higher due to general increases in healthcare costs. If you want the exact 2024
number.
In 2024, Medicare spending was around $1.5 trillion,
Holy shit,
which represents a significant portion of the federal healthcare budget. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to know.
God.
So $2.3 trillion out of the $5 trillion, $4.9 trillion market cap went directly to corporations through your tax dollars. That's what happened.
and they got you guys shaking pom-poms for Medicaid and Medicare, for continuous spending, for the corporate elites that raise our healthcare prices, and one of the reasons why we can't get this universal healthcare that y'all like to fantasize about, but you guys are championing these guys from keeping us from that. You know that, right? Like, you guys are championing the people that y'all hate the most. You're championing the people that's keeping you away from that universal healthcare that you want so much, because you guys are crying about cuts in Medicaid. Good job.
Get rid of it all. Get rid of all of it. And I guarantee you, the free market will do it way better than the government can.
Because, man, they charging the government whatever.
Now, hey, Seth, I want you to, I want who? Now, this is going to piss you off. How much money was spent on health insurance for every American in 2024?
Okay, let's see. You said how many? Okay, rephrase that again.
How much money was spent exclusively on health insurance for Americans in 2024?
How much money was spent on health insurance on Americans in 2024?
In 2023, the total healthcare spending in the US was around
No, health insurance. Hold on. What was the total spending in health insurance for Americans?
Premium. Excuse me. They're premiums.
In 2023, the total spending on healthcare in the US was about $4.9 trillion.
No, that's
and a significant portion of that was spent
my
on.
bad. All right, hold on. Stop right there. What was the total spending of health insurance premiums of U.S. citizens?
In 2023, Americans spent about $1.46 trillion on.
Okay, hold on now. Health insurance, right? Health insurance premiums.
Health insurance premiums. So, $1.4 trillion?
No worries at all.
For what? The entire healthcare spending?
No, health insurance premiums. How much did you have to pay as an American out of your pocket, lumped in with all the other Americans out of their pocket for health insurance?
Average?
Not the average. No, the total. Because there's I'm getting to a point. There's 4.9 of market cap. The health care companies got $4.9 trillion. We spent $2.3 trillion in taxes to subsidize it, and then $1.3 trillion in health insurance premiums, because that goes to health care. That's what pays for health care if you have insurance. And then the next leaf of that is how the last little bit is private pay.
All right, I got it. So it says in 2023, U.S. private health insurance spending reached approximately $1.465 trillion, accounting for about 30% of total national health expenditures, which totaled $4.9 trillion.
Yep.
So, which is going out to about that 14. Remember that 14,000 a person? Yeah.
So here we are. Like this is where your fucking money's going. $4.9 trillion. I promise you. What is $4.9 trillion divided by 340 million Americans?
You already gave me it. $14,570.
$14,570. Okay. So I promise you, I'm looking at every single one of you. If you didn't spend $14,500 in healthcare last year, you're getting ripped off.
All right. You know what? We're just going to close it down on that note right there. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close out on this one, man. Shout out to my man Monty and shout out to the supporters. All right, man. That was a good one. That was a good wrap up right there. And all right, guys. Make sure you guys double tap that screen. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, guys. This is Set with Set Media, and I am timing out. You guys have a good morning. Be safe out there, and God, guys. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored, and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.